fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Santos. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep himself safe.
What's incredible with Brock is that Brock went from pro wrestling to being the UFC heavyweight champion and did so with such a short amount of time of training in MMA. I mean, obviously he had a spectacular amateur wrestling career. He was a legit top flight amateur wrestler and a fucking genetic freak, all those things. But to be able to make that transition to winning the fucking world
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan is true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan is true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
What's happening, everyone? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show.
I am your host, Phil Marks. That is Phil S. Marks. And S marks the spot, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. It is AEW Revolution 2026. It's not my typical live stream day, but as I told you guys, I was debating it on Wednesday's live show. I was like, I might just go live Sunday instead. I watched SmackDown. I watched Rhea de Reyes. Okay. And it's been awesome watching the IWC meltdown over like tone versus WrestleMania. Like right now you have one section of the IWC flipping out about like WrestleMania and all this shit, and then you have another section like burying tone and Revolution and all this stuff, and like all the clearly like this narrative that all the dirt sheets have been told, like this is what you're gonna run with and whatnot. It's been quite interesting to say the least. So guys, we have Rhea de Reyes went down. We have tons of news. It is the pre-show. There's an hour until the actual pay-per-view starts. Again, I think the perfect balance for these AEW pay-per-view watch-alongs is like I do a shitload of news and everything, and then like Big Boom AJ's out here. Typically, I'd lock in for this. Who gives a shit? He's just a literal wrestler now. You know, like they book themselves into a corner. He's a literal, actual wrestler. And he's not even like popular online as he once was. Although the Rizzler's still popping, I guess. And yeah, they're out there with QT Marshall and Aaron Solo. And I don't even see the pre-match graphic, the pre-show match graphics on here. I should put polls in chat. I put a poll in chat. Are you guys watching Revolution? Let me know. But yeah, we don't get burnt out as hard when I like the first couple matches on the pay-per-view and stuff. If we do news and whatnot, you know, we still got tons of news. We're going to be all over the place, but also OVW referee, Dallas Edwards, I believe is his name. That gentleman, we're going to talk about and react to that as well. And yeah, so it's Doom and Boom or Boom and Doom or whatever the fuck. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. My pick is the AJ Bufemo guy gets the win. I might have called him AJ Francis before. That's my prediction. Okay? Is that Big Boom AJ gets it done. I am Phil Marks. If you're just filing in, no, 66% of you are not watching it. So that is incredibly sad. If you guys are for AEW, the state of AEW, these polls used to sway much differently in the past. And if, yeah, you guys are like, I'm going to jump on the pirate ship tonight. Yo hoy, mateys. Yo ho, sail the seven seas. There, scallywags. NordVPN.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Save 73% on first-time signups. Okay, so let me start a new poll. Who do you think will win this tag team match? So it's Shane Taylor Promotions or Boom and Doom, which isn't a bad tag name. Okay, the pre-show's on YouTube, guys, so just throw this on if you want to kind of watch along. We're going to dive right into news. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going Boom and Doom on this one. I think I previewed everything. I see some super chats rolling in. Guys, super chat in. Support PWT. Check out Patreon.com. We just dropped another, so 2 last week. Botchamania watch-alongs. And what else? Become a member, 99 cents. There you go. Those are my plugs. I'm not a shark. I'm a man. For 2 says, we don't fist them, we wrist them, brother. Ooh, sounds hot. Kevin Pierpont for 2 says, U.S. versus Dominican in the WBC, better than AEW. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you if that's what you're thinking and feeling. And yeah, the World Baseball Classics are going nuts, man. There's been a lot of fucking crazy shit going on. Even Canada's doing well there. So, you know, people play baseball up here, but it's not as prominent as there's a lot of like softball beer leagues and shit. And, you know, we cheer for the Jays and whatnot, but there's not as much baseball as there is in America. America's pastime, right, is baseball. I know Canada lost, but they were doing good. Rabid Wolverine, what's up? Bob's Burgers is better than AEW. Okay, there's so much news. Let's get into the fucking news. And if you're on X listening, share this. Hit heart, hit retweet, whatever you got to do. I'm actually going to do it myself too because StreamYard and X have not been working well together the last I don't know how long. The one day it wouldn't even go live on X, which was pretty fucked, but all good. Yeah, so you guys are already sharing it. I see the retweets. I'm going to retweet it and heart it myself. Who said it's lame to like and retweet your own shit? Huh? Who made up that rule? I don't know. Lex, do you know? Because I don't fucking know. I can't even find Lex today. I don't know. Me neither. Okay, so let's get into miscellaneous news, guys. We don't have a whole whack of a lot in anything. Tonight, I'm going to keep it short and sweet for a lot of this stuff. Just because, you know, there's one big topic at hand here in the miscellaneous news that we're going to kind of cover, and then everything else I'll save for, I don't know, Member Monday or Wednesday show or whatever. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. So, ladies and gentlemen, and I assure you this is the drop whether the news is good or not, so don't think I'm an asshole for this, but I'm afraid I've got some bad news. It's miscellaneous news time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So a referee suffered a legitimate seizure during an OVW show and was just thrown to the side while the match kept going for a few more minutes before anyone finally checked on him. SMH. So let's watch this footage. It's nothing gory or anything like that. If you haven't seen it, YouTube, it's pro wrestling. It's not even real, but it is very real in this sense. And my first reaction was like, why is a dude this big jumping on a little guy like this from the top rope? I don't really get it. And we'll break this down. I mean, it is a little, I know that they're like pulling the footage. So he's already KO'd immediately. And unfortunately, when you get KO'd like that, I mean, the seizure stuff is going to start happening. It can come on delay. It's happened in MMA. It's happened in the UFC. It's happened in boxing. And getting knocked out in general is fucking dangerous. So we'll... And so he's out.
Tony Evans now.
Now, shout out my guy JJ. I hope he's doing well. I know he wasn't feeling the greatest, but I hope he's doing well. I would love to have him come and rant and break this down on like what protocol would be, let's say, if he was wrestling somewhere, or what he would have expected to happen, or what he would have done in this situation if he was, you know, on an indie or something. Now, OVW is... Well, let's just let this play because these guys just keep doing moves to each other. And, like, I'm okay with that Pele kick. And then it should be Pele kick. They're both down. A bunch of people hit the ring, like other referees, to check on this ref and then call the match off. Or to like a new ref comes in and refs around the situation at hand. But it's just, again, like, I don't, at first you might not know if he's good or not, but when you see the fingers start doing that shit, and that's called getting starched, when your hands and shit wire back and your fingers start poking out and everything, like, you know, you turn into like a demon, you turn into the girl from The Grudge or The Ring or whatever the fuck. When that starts happening, that's called getting starched. Like, this guy's starched out right now, and you got to be able to recognize that. And the wrestler, they got to work it like a shoot, brother. Okay, if this happened in a boxing match, if the ref got starched, things would go on hold. You just take a break, you know, like you could just go time. Another ref comes out. They should have been on it. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but this was fucked. Like, look how starched he is. Then his legs seizing up. So now,
Absolute pandemonium. Drew Hernandez now.
So now, to ease people's minds a little bit, like now this is terrifying. Him seizing up like this is terrifying, and them all just standing there. And I know there's wrestlers saying like people should be trained in CPR and all of these things. Here's the thing: a doctor. This is crazy. Just dragging him off to the side, like that guy should be fired. He would never work for me again. Honestly, and like, I don't know. I've never booked this shit, but all of these guys would be definitely punished in some way. All of them. Like, you all fucked up. And so, and then the people in the back who waited till he was having a seizure to come out, that's fucked up too. They waited so long for anyone to come out and make sure he's okay. Now, unfortunately, or to ease people's minds a little bit, because he is okay, when you get starched that bad, if someone had like, it's not like that guy dragging him off to the side made it any worse, though it's fucking dangerous. You should, like, his neck could be broken. You don't know. You don't want to just move a guy. It's dangerous. But him seizing, like, that likely would have started happening regardless, just because of the initial impact. Like, he got hit, the back of his head hit the canvas so fucking hard. When you look at that, the impact of that, it's like, oh shit. So, I mean, it's happened in MMA where someone gets fucking wheel kicked, they're stiff as a board, and then like 3 minutes later, they start twitching out and seizing out. That has happened. It's happened in boxing, okay, but this is fucking just, it's nasty, you know? And I just hope he's okay. And again, I'm not trying to like, we can skip, they just sit there. I'm happy he's okay. So as you guys can see on the thumbnail as well, I put his pick with the fucking thumbs up, because it's like the guy deserves, hopefully he gets hired by a more reputable organization. I don't know how long he's been doing the shit, but it's just a scary moment, and you can't really control this stuff, but sometimes, you know. But he tweeted it out, Ref Dally. He said, "Hey guys, I know everyone seems to know about the scary incident last night at OVW. I have been evaluated by a hospital, and I have a concussion as well as a subdural hematoma, brain bleed. So that's fucked, man. So that's serious shit. Like, oh, that's so terrifying. And again, like, let's say the medics got to him quicker. Like, obviously, the quicker medics can get to you, the better chance of survival you have. But he got the brain bleed from impact. Like, it's just terrifying. We had to witness the aftermath. It's just sad that someone wasn't there quicker, and the wrestlers and the camera people didn't realize, like, get the camera off him sooner. It's just terrible. So luckily he's okay. And he said, with that being said, I've made the decision to take some needed time away to get my life and health back in good spirits. No doubt. I appreciate all of the support everyone has been offering, but as far as money goes, I'm grateful to be in a position that I can manage an accident like this. In lieu of donations, I instead implore all of my fellow workers to get some sort of training and assisting another's life." What a gangster. Shout out Ref Dallas, man. Being in the position before, it's very important to be educated in all scenarios relating to injury, illness, or condition in the ring, especially when we're performing. I'm not mad at anyone or anything other than the situation as a whole, and that I've been sitting for about 24 hours straight in a hospital. As far as updates go, I'm getting a CT scan in the morning, and if that goes well, I'll be home. Thank you to everyone who has reached out or stopped by. It means more than any of you know. Love, Dally. So there he is, man. What a fucking ledge. Round of applause for this ledge right here. And think about that. That was a dude cross-bodying a dude. That wasn't a dude like falling off a thing from a 20-foot ladder to the outside through glass, or a suplex onto cinder blocks. It was nothing like that. It was just a guy cross-bodying a way smaller guy who shouldn't have been. They should have known. I'm so tired of like these fucking, and no offense to this guy, but look how small he is. they gotta know pro wrestling in general. Like, there's a reason fucking Marco Stunt is like, oh shit, my doctor's saying if I bump anymore, I'll die and stuff. There's a reason for that. You like grown fucking actual grown size men shouldn't be slamming you guys around and shit. It's scary. It's dangerous. And I don't want to hear like, well, what about Spike Dudley? Fuck off, Spike Dudley. He's an anomaly. Okay, that guy, it's an anomaly. He hasn't fucking been more injured. He hasn't had more serious injuries. You know, he's a one of one. There's one Spike Dudley. Okay, so I'm glad this guy's okay. But a bunch of people weighed in. Jim Cornette went fucking scorched earth, as Ringside News reported here. And I implore you all to go and listen to his clip. Okay, he dropped a clip. I listened to it last night, and I just wanted to bring that to the show and say, go listen to fucking Jimbo.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You guys probably already do. But he had a take on it, and he fucking ran OVW. So what do you know? Other wrestlers, though, got in the mix and talked some shit. So Joey Janela was like, remember this when that OVW mustache vet dude, he's talking about the veteran Jack Vaughn, who was on PWT a while back, last year, I think. Vet dude decides not to make a video about what not to do when a medical emergency transpires in the ring at an indie wrestling show, but instead in 4 days makes a video how indie wrestlers slap their legs too much on strikes. Okay. Joey Janela is just coping. He just needs to try and get into every little controversy he can. That's what he does. And so Al Snow caught heat. This guy, Brandon the Heelhausen, says, if you're using a real-life medical emergency that happened yesterday in OVW as some kind of gotcha or receipt against criticism of dangerous planned spots and matches by Al Snow, just because you want to wave the AEW flag or chase engagement, all you're really doing is showing everyone exactly who you are. The lowest of the low, and a complete piece of garbage. Well, here's the thing. I'll say this, though. Well, let's read some of these. So AIR Gold goes, Al Snow owns and books OVW, right? And then it's a screen grab of OVW, of Al Snow saying about AEW that someone will die in an AEW ring. I guarantee it. The real one. So, of course, like, who tasked these bots? They all met up in a group chat, the grifter bot sphere. And they just started fucking, they all knew to tweet this out. That's what it is. It's been exposed. It's so blatantly obvious. And it happens for WWE too, guys. Just so you guys know, the same thing happens. It just isn't as egregious. And it's not just like the most egregiously retarded accounts doing it. But at the same time, it happens for everything. In every aspect of entertainment. You know, there's rumors that the whole like Cody Rhodes dislikes on his video, that was made up. Like that was like a sleeper account that's like, yeah, I bought all these dislikes. And it's like WWE put that in motion. There's people saying that. And not just like people on Twitter, like actual reputable people that I would say, you know, people with podcasts that I would say fucking, or people who maybe do a bit of journalism who think that's true, that I wouldn't entirely discount either, that are out there. So, but when it's like Real One and AIR Gold and shit, it's like, you know what's going on. These are like Tony's best. This is like whoever Tony's best friend runs all these accounts. I'm convinced of it. But anyways, Real One goes, apparently Al Snow runs the day-to-day operations for OVW where referee had a seizure. Jesus Christ, just awful. And then not that Tom Green goes, if you're going to say shit like this, don't be the guy running the shit show when a referee has a seizure and wrestlers are stomping him. Now, here's the thing. Al Snow, actually, and I know it's the sickos jumping on him, but yeah, that's what happens. When you go out there and you're like fucking someone's going to die, they do stupid shit, and then you do a dumb thing. I think we can all agree objectively here for a second. Let's just be objective about this. That guy shouldn't have been jumping on that referee like that from the top rope. Just do a regular ass ref bump. You don't see in WWE, hey, fucking let Bronson Reed Like, what if you're going to work an angle and he's going to attack a ref? Okay, then they set it up and he sets up the safest tsunami he's ever done and he'll hit Charles Robinson with it or something. You're not going to, and I'm not saying Al Snow does this every fucking show, but why a standing crossbody where a huge part of that move is the guy taking the move softens the landing for the guy doing the fucking move? No, like it's you work together, you're catching the guy. So why would you have that little dude, catching that fucking big dude? That just makes no goddamn sense. So Al Snow deserves a bit of flack. Now, do these guys give a fuck? Is it in good faith as these cringe lords want to fucking ask Tony Khan and whatnot and ask fucking these AEW wrestlers, is WWE in good faith implementing legal fucking shit? That was WWE in good faith by reminding you're under contract with them? It's like, oh, go fuck yourselves. But seriously, is this in good faith? All of these nut kisser accounts? No, definitely not. But it is what it is. It comes with the internet. So this guy goes, who's running OVW again? Yeah, so that's going to happen. And then Al Snow tweeted out like a joke. He always does these one-liner jokes, and then people were roasting him in his replies, being like, "Yo, make a fucking statement! Like, why are you making these dumbass jokes? And why has nobody made a statement?" I think he made a statement, but for some reason, it's not. I swear I bookmarked it. I swears it. Things get lost in Phil Marks bookmarks. Look at this. There's a suspended account in miscellaneous. Even like, how the fuck does that happen? This is like the least controversial bookmark folder in Phil Marks bookmarks. Anyways, the OVW just said last night during Rise, referee Dallas Edwards, a member of our OVW family, experienced a medical emergency. Dallas is alert and doing much better. We will provide an update as soon as it is available. And then there was another post. This is Al Snow's post. Here it is. Sorry, I'm just blind and dumb. I'm as blind as a bat. So... hello, everyone. This is Al Snow. I want to speak directly to our fans and the wrestling community regarding the incident involving referee Dallas Edwards at last week's event. Professional wrestling has always carried an inherent risk of injury for everyone who steps into the ring on March 12th during a live OVW television event. Dallas was involved in a planned moment of physical contact with a wrestler that resulted in him suffering a head injury. I can't do that for this whole thing, or I can't do the rest of the show. Al Snow says traditionally when an in-ring injury occurs, the referee is the central point of communication, assessment, and decision-making. In this unprecedented situation, the person who should normally make that assessment was the one who needed assistance. That unforeseen breakdown in communication contributed to a delay in stopping the match and concluding the show. Here's the problem, okay? And maybe it's because nobody fights for real anymore in pro wrestling. When someone gets starched, you hit the ring. You don't just shake off, well, in UFC, I saw fucking Buddy get rocked and then he gets up. Yeah, those are the best conditioned athletes in the fucking world. Some of the best, most durable athletes on fucking planet Earth and even you can question some of those, like what constitutes a fair stoppage in MMA. Sometimes it should be sooner. Some guys let it go a little longer than it should be. Some guys like Herb Dean get it just right for the most part, right? So it's like, you got to know when you see someone get starched and their fingers curl up and shit and they go and they plank and it's called getting starched. I said it earlier, and your fingers start doing the twitchy fucking demonic thing. You got to just know to hit the ring. Someone's got to hit the ring. You got to know, don't touch them, right? These are just like basic, very basic, like children understand this shit. Children who train kickboxing and shit understand this, okay? So we really got to figure this out here. But Al Snow does deserve a bit of fucking heat because but here's the thing for people, because he's been so critical of AEW, right? Like how Tony should know that whatever. Okay, then but here's the thing though. This could happen anywhere and it's an isolated incident. It's not like people are getting starched left, right, and center in OVW. So it's not like, shame him, get him out of town. He's a fraud. He's a bum like these fucking sicko losers are trying to paint it out to be, right? But yeah, is that a twist of irony there? Absolutely. And of course, someone's going to pull his card. But also in AEW, like, you guys can't be taking victory laps. And Amanda Huber jumps in and she starts responding to Shazza McKenzie. And I don't listen, Brody Lee was the leader of Dark Order, right? And I don't know if he debuted in the company yet. And I'm not saying he should go and be a doctor and save Alex, what's that guy's name? Alex Reynolds' life. But do you remember when the Dark Order were in that tag match in the fucking pandemic era and he got fucking knocked out stiff and Rick Knox? And these people who were Amanda Huber's friends kept the match. They dragged him over to the side while he was stiff. And fucking they did a dive move to him and covered him. And, he kicked out. And Rick Knox let the match continue and shit. So, like, Amanda Huber, I don't know if she's the person people want to – I don't know why people – I mean, come on. You could be like, listen, Dark Order. Like, I'm pretty sure your son's in that group, no? Like, Dark Order fucking had a guy get knocked out and this, So her take is this. So Shazza McKenzie's like, the incident is heartbreaking, and I hope Dallas pulls through. I think the incident obviously brings light to the bigger issue of there not being policies and procedures of there not. The wrong there. It's supposed to be THERE. Grammar police. Woo, woo, woo. Not being policies and procedures in place when things do go wrong. I'm sure the guy feels horrible enough without everyone telling him how horrible he is. I doubt if he had full comprehension of the situation, he would have done what he had done. There should be systems in place to intervene in a situation like this. The people backstage watching the monitor became aware of it before those in the ring that were clearly just doing what they thought the plan was, and with a planned ref bump. No, his fingers and his hands were starched. He was starched. He was twisting around. You got to know that. How do you see that as a human and don't go, whoa, that's not right? He doesn't. Does he normally do that? Do his hands normally fucking do that? Is he normally like the Grudge or whatever? Holy shit, man. You got to know. I don't know what my point is. This is far more complex than bad dumb wrestler man was being selfish when he was likely not fully comprehending what was happening. At the end of the day, I hope Dallas is okay, and I hope we all realize we need to be more aware of how to handle moments of crisis. And then Amanda Huber goes, respectfully, I'm going to disagree to a degree. When you have to pick up a dead weight body to move them out of the way, and when they aren't moving, you start kicking your foot backwards to move them along further. It shows a completely lack of care or awareness for anything other than himself. Yeah, so Rick Knox and all you guys in that Alex Reynolds match, I hope she told you the same thing. I hope she said the same fucking thing to you guys. If you can't comprehend that, you had to lift dead weight and then decided to start kicking. You shouldn't be trusted in a ring with other people's safety. Yeah, so validating Al Snow and his takes. So Rick Knox shouldn't be in there, and all of those Dark Order guys and all the people they were wrestling shouldn't be in there that day. It might have even been the Young Bucks were in that match. Maybe. Was it the Bucks? I might just be hating on the Bucks a little bit there. Chat, fact check. I'm redacted. Whip, rewind. Fact check that for me. I would have 100% agreed with you up until that happened. Additionally, the entire crew was at fault. The announcers making light of it. The fact they didn't make light of it. The fact that nobody came to stop it for over a full minute, a complete and utter failure from top to bottom. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but it's crazy being associated with AEW and saying this shit. Because, we've seen brutal Matt Hardy fall off a crane, Bretta. Crack his head, unconscious, still continued. So Tony Khan, the referee, Sammy Guevara, Doc Samson, all those people, according to you, Amanda Huber, should not be allowed. They have lack of care. And they don't care, and they should not be allowed around the ring and shouldn't be in there. Agreed. Agreed. How about that? Right? We fucking agree. So, that, ladies and gentlemen, and just to remind you quickly, here's a spot, imagine what could happen. Darby Allin, I'm sure tonight we'll see somebody do something crazy. We've seen Fletcher land on the back of his head where the same thing could have happened, but he's not like a 70-pound referee, but he landed on the back of his head because of Moxley and things like that. So just to end this segment, here's a crazy ass spot. And it's just a reminder of pro wrestling. And I say this all the time on the show. A scoop slam is the most dangerous thing. You can break your fucking neck, end up in a wheelchair dead. So people do shit like this, and this is stuff you see in AEW, this stuff you see all over the fucking indies, And this is why to stand up for Al Snow, and in fairness, he should catch a little heat, but to stand up for him, it's not even like they were doing. Like that dude missed the tables and just landed on his tailbone. This happened recently, like the same week.
Holy shit.
Now, was that worth it? I don't know. They had better medical staff, though, on hand. There was a guy checking on him immediately, and then another referee underneath looking at the scaffold, making sure everything was okay there. So, yeah, shout out GCW for doing things correctly in that regard. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. It's my drop. It's not playing. It doesn't want to play today. Okay.
I've got some bad news.
Okay, so we're on the pre-show here. That Lena Cross girl's really fucking good, and she's got a tremendous look, and Tone's doing something with her. I missed that one. We'll put another poll in chat here, and we have, what is this, like a tag match, or is this the Battle Royal, or what is this shit? No, this is the Bang Bang Gang. The Bang Bang Gang actually rules if Jay White and the other gun came back, and Ace Austin in the Bang Bang Gang is actually a good idea. I actually fantasy Mark booked that on PWT before Tone did it. Listening confirmed. So this is like a multi-man match. I won't even do a poll for this one because I just don't even. Or is this a... Yeah, so this is the Battle Royal, right? On the pre-show. Yeah, because we had those two. Okay, yeah, so this is the Battle Royal. I don't know who's going to win this. Probably Ricochet will pull it off, isn't it, for his title? So Ricochet will win, probably. Finger Shay for the W. This will be fun. I always like a Battle Royal. Rabid Wolverine Elsie Killer 17 says GTA 5 is better than AEW. Dude, GTA 5 fucking rules. Is that what you're doing instead? Is that what you're doing
Tony
instead?
Khan.
Oh, man. Yeah, so this is the Battle Royal. I'm down with it. Let's check out this Battle Royal. It's a cool little concept. Juice Robinson, I mean, his looks all right. Doing the damn thing. I'm going to crack a Red Bull here, chat. Let's get into some AEW news, okay? Because there's not a lot, but we got to get into news. Tony Khan's actively trending right now. And so we have Revolution. You guys can see the card here. And Tony Khan got asked a bunch of shit. Let me just see how I want to do this here. It's like all pretty much. Yeah, so we're going to do everything before Tony Khan's interviews where he just answers a shitload of questions, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, all together, Ichi Nissan Da. I want to see Ichi Nissan Da's in chat, motherfuckers. It's time for AEW News! So Excalibur missed last Dynamite as he was sick and unable to work the taping. Unfortunately, he is here on this pay-per-view. So AEW presents Revolution, and they apparently sold out. So when I bookmarked this a few days ago, they were at 10,000 tickets distributed, 11,000. The setup was for 11,500, and then I think they've done like a full 12,000 sellout or whatever they said. I don't know how many seats are on the map. I'm not sure, but Tony just last minute like fluffed the house and just distributed a shitload of tickets, which is totally fine and good on them. They did a house, they did under your typical Raw lately. And so we move along here. AEW Revolution is sold out. Tony Khan announced on X. We'll circle back to that. But Dynamite's numbers were down from recent weeks. This past Wednesday's episode, Dynamite averaged 619K viewers, down 5%. The key demo was down 25%. Now, Dave's been getting owned because he's going by key demos and then total viewers. He keeps flip-flopping. When he tries to diminish WWE, he uses like key demos, or he talks about how they're down and AEW's closing the gap because the overall viewerships and shit, and people are like, but I thought you said the key demo matters. But then back in the day, he said that the overall viewership matters. He also gets his card pulled for saying that Triple H is disgusting promotional tactic, was bragging about the success of the business. Now that's all Tony Khan and MJF and all these AEW wrestlers are doing. And Dave won't keep the same energy. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the Battle Royal. Time cop if you're listening to this in a clip. But the best guy's Tony Khan. And Dave will not criticize Tone this year. He won't be voted for most disgusting promotional tactic, lying about how, or even just bragging. Like Triple H got shit for bragging about how good their business is doing, even though their business is doing really good. Tone's lying about how good their business is doing, and that won't be considered a fucking disgusting promotional tactic. Watch. But yeah, shout out Raj Giri with the ratings, and Dynamite, they're doing their thing. I mean, whatever. So Revolution, we're going to get into that more. I just have a couple updated tickets on that, and last minute they just, they probably distributed a bunch of fucking tickets by handing them out and whatnot. And again, I'm not going to hate on that. WrestleMania is going to do it last second too. DAZN, speaking of distribution, is to begin distributing AEW pay-per-views worldwide. And I'm sitting here going, what the hell? It's DAZN, it's Triller, it's fucking My AEW, it's fucking HBO Max. Like, everybody's just, I think, confused about, no, I'm projecting. It's not everybody, but people gotta be a little fucking confused about, where do I watch this fucking show? Especially internationally. And this happened last time where HBO Max starts selling the pay-per-views, and then like a month later, Amazon starts selling them too, or whichever order that went in there. And then now it's like, oh, go to My AEW. And then, but also DAZN has them if you're international. And it's like, all right, what the fuck? Like, which one am I? What do you want me to go to? Just tell me where to go and we'll go there. Tone, for fuck's sakes. But speaking of going places, man, Mercedes Moné dropped another title. She only has 5 titles left. Okay, so I've been saying this for a while. I know, guys, like, I like ripping on Moné. I think she's funny. I've always loved how she rips on Dave. I've always put over how I think she's just doing a gimmick, like how she's nasty towards her fans, but I also fucking roast it. Like, she's shitty. She goes on these Instagram lives. She's eating. She doesn't give a fuck. She like resents the people talking to her, right? She's cringe. She makes these cringe fucking videos with Beast Mortis and all of this. Absolutely.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
But I've always put her over for 2 things. When she has a good dance partner, she's a tremendous wrestler. Like, she is a tremendous wrestler, but when she has a good partner to go with, she has like classic fucking matches. Now, how much of that is on her? Obviously a lot, because it takes 2 to tango, and she can really just have a match with anybody. But I find that it's really who you partner her with that, like, Bayley went and had an awesome match with Flammer at Flammer at Rey de Reyes, or whatever the fuck. And, Bayley can go out there and really have a banger with anyone. I don't know if Moné can have a banger with anybody. And maybe that's being too harsh on her, but she can go out there, and if she has a good dance partner, like a Stephanie Vaquer or a Toni Storm or whatever, she can have a fucking classic for sure, or a Bayley, And I would want her on my roster. She's a solid hand. Tony, I think, probably overpays her. I think everybody's getting overpaid if you really want to break it down or quantify it using math and fucking, using what they're drawing versus what they're getting paid. But Monet did what she said she was going to do. And she went and she didn't cop out by dropping 10 titles to Willow and then having Willow drop them all. She went and actually dropped these fucking belts to everybody. She's going to lose them all and then win the AEW women's one. I'm calling it right now. That's Phil's fantasy mark booking. But yeah, she went and dropped another indie title. I mean, it was en Paris, en français, s'il vous plaît, merci beaucoup. Est-ce que je peux aller à la toilette? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Merci à toutes les promotions de 4 exclusivement féminines.
So yeah, she did the damn thing, dropping these fucking belts. Good for her, because I don't know, man. People shit. She's not going to drop it to this person on this indie. Hey, she fucking is actually doing it. So if it helps the indie, we'll see moving forward. At the time, did she help these indies? Absolutely. She absolutely did. So I give her props. Big Boom AJ, he gave a sneak peek. This is what the crypto.com arena is looking like. Well, actually, let's just see if I get, so this is what the crypto arena is looking like. Speaking of Revolution.
Come here, I want to show you what an arena looks like the morning of a pay-per-view. So tonight, we're right here at the crypto.com arena in Los Angeles, and it's AEW Revolution. It's going to be a sold-out show tonight. So take a look around. Take a look around right now. You can see all the seats over here. You can see all the suites over here this way. Now, nobody here right now, so it's quiet here right now. But just in a few hours, this place is going to be packed. It's going to be electric. I cannot wait to feel the excitement in this arena. Now,
you look pretty excited with the way those nips are nipping, dude. Tits a bit nipply at crypto or what, bud?
What's crazy is last night on this floor, the Lakers played. So last night, there was a basketball court out here, and now that's all been cleared out. The guys have been working all night, all morning, and we have the ring right there. So we got the ring up right now. The ramp is going up right now. The lighting is going up right now. I cannot wait to get in this ring later on. Take a look at this. I mean, there is nothing like professional wrestling. This is going to be so exciting. This place is sold out tonight. We can't wait to bring the boom.
Hell yeah, dude. I give that 5 booms. Okay, just 2 booms. So, moving along, Tony Khan. This segment is called, ladies and gentlemen, all together, The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
It's time for Tony Khan.
It's great.
So Tony Khan was asked about the possibility of my AEW becoming a domestic distributor for AEW pay-per-views in the future. Tony said it is an international platform and only intended to complement overseas what AEW is doing domestically. So he's fucking lying. The Oscars are on tonight. He's giving a fucking Oscar-worthy performance with these lies.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
It's not a coincidence this is happening now. And then DAZN is distributing the pay-per-views and shit because you get the pay-per-views 90 days after, whatever the fuck. It's clearly they're just slowly but surely rolling shit out and trying to still get money where they can from where they can. All good. Tony Khan was asked about the Paramount deal for WBD, WB, and speculative fear that a TKO product like UFC being on Paramount could doom AEW long-term. Tony said he's excited for the future at WBD with the Paramount announcement and that AEW has built a great relationship with WBD. He said he would love to be on the same channel as UFC. Why? So UFC fans can hate fucking pro wrestling more than they already do? Watching your phony ass shit. Though he knows that their sister promotion is also in pro wrestling and of a competitive nature. He later mentioned that there's never been an opportunity for AEW to be on the same platform as the NFL. The potential of that is something that excites him. Now, the thing is with Dave Meltzer as well, he's just spurging out and he keeps saying shit like, oh, Tony owns the Jaguars, even though it's his dad. And one NFL team, like the lowest NFL team, is more valuable than the UFC as a fucking whole to Paramount or any of this shit. And it's like, buddy, who are you trying to convince? Who are you trying to convince? Guess what, Dave? They'll work with the NFL and give AEW the fucking boot. They'll do both. They don't give a fuck. Tony Khan called the wrong people the wrong shit, the wrong names. That's all it is. Okay? And you would know that if you studied the fucking business. And so we checked in with Big Boom AJ. Tone was asked if his run in AEW has informed the selection. He was asked if AEW has informed the selection process when looking at future celebrity involvement. Tony noted, and this is the problem, and again, I called it, and then Tone just admits what your boy Phil said.
It's just in from Phil
before.
Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Now they're stuck with Big Boom AJ, and he's just actually a wrestler. So the whole point of working with him in the first place, well, he can bring the Rizzler along. No one's going to care, though. You fucked up. You were supposed to, like, Dennis Rodman him in WCW, and you fucked it up, Tone. And so Tony noted that AJ is a trained wrestler, so he looks at that differently. Celebrity involvement can be looked at on a case-by-case basis, which is the right answer, but he looks at this guy as, well, he's just actually a wrestler for us. What? You have Ace Austin, and provided he was on the pre-show, or he's on the pre-show, but you have Ace Austin in your Fed, and he's getting no TV time, no promotion, nothing to build him up, and more people know about Big Boom AJ, and he's getting fucking ring time in his own tag match. And then you got dudes like fucking Ace Austin are thrown in the in the fucking pre-show. It's just crazy. It's fucking nuts. And the Rizzler, again, you parade him out there in hopes that what? And he always puts him on the pre-show. Why? Because Tone's such a dumbass. He's like, oh, the YouTube views they get. Guys, the Big Boom podcast like a year ago was getting like 100 views. These guys are like actually famous, you know? They're like the Hawk Tua girl. Like it fades out after like a fucking, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it just wears out. It fades out after a year or two, you know? And people don't give a shit. So Tone thinks like he's gonna roll it out on like Twitter and shit, and it's gonna be crazy. People are gonna tune in to see Big Boom AJ on social media and whatnot, and maybe some of the clips go a little viral, but ultimately it's to promote it to kids, because that's what Big Boom AJ is for, and the Rizzler's for kids. And then you have Darby Allin and Moxley doing the shit they're doing, right? You're hoping some of these parents buy the pay-per-view, and then they fucking do to see what? To have their kid not be able to stay up late enough to watch the 17 hours of pro wrestling. It's just kind of cooked. It's kind of cookied, pun intended. The double chocolate chunk. I'm cringe, chat. I know. So the AEW Revolution media call begun, and the Observer asked if my AEW could become a domestic provider. So Tone, and then they asked him. So Khan said he has a great relationship with Paramount from his NFL ties and a great relationship with David Ellison and thinks the world of him. That's great. But you called his advisor, his advisor has a great relationship with Triple H and Dana White and all these other motherfuckers. And I think Tone even said that he has a great relationship with Dana White, which we're going to get into as well. And you called them the Harvey Weinstein Company. Meanwhile, that's a company that they invested with UFC a bunch of money into. Do you understand, Tone? Do you understand how you backed yourself into a corner? Now you got to be like, oh, I love David Ellison. That's awesome, dude. But the people that he values more than you and AEW, and especially with fucking Dave being like, oh, they keep going, they keep failing every time, WWE, by going head to head. So clearly they're worried about AEW, not worried about them, but it's on their mind. Like, we're going to go head to head with these fuckers. Fuck them, you know? So clearly they're going to be like, get these guys the fuck out of here, or bury them. Or if you can do anything with them, use your influence to fuck with them. And that could totally happen. And Shawn Michaels and Triple H are petty enough. Nick Khan, who do you think Ellison and these guys have a better relationship? with? Nick Khan and fucking Ari Emanuel and these guys, or Tony Khan? Like, come on, man. Who do we see at pictures sitting at front row at the UFC together? You know, it ain't Tone and his dad. So Tone says the domestic strategy is driving fans to HBO Max for pay-per-views while they do have other providers. And he's just like, no, this is an international play. It's just not true. It's a bit of both. Khan adds a supplement to the previous question saying there's never been an opportunity for AEW to be on the same platform as NFL. And there isn't one now. You fucked that up, Tone. And there hasn't been because it's only 6 years old, stupid. So John Alba, Tony Khan says he would love to be on Paramount with UFC and touts that he has a great relationship with Dana White. Now, that might be true, but Dana White has great relationships with everybody. I guarantee you he has a better relationship with Ari Emanuel than you, Tone. Okay? Let's talk about it, buddy.
Let's talk about it.
Who does Dana White have a better relationship with? Ari Emanuel or fucking Tone McCann, dude? It's crazy. Like, yeah, I would love to hang out with fucking Dana White and sit front row at the UFC and know Ari Emanuel and have a relationship with them too. I'd love a golden toilet and $7 billion right now. We all would all love things, but really think about and what does Dana White have to do with anything? He's not going to go to bat for you. He's just going to go, I don't give a fuck. He doesn't even care about the UFC anymore. And Zuffa, they're locked in with Zuffa Boxing. Your direct competition when it comes to them NXT and shit like this, as you've touted. Who do you think Ari Emanuel values more? And they just acquired AAA and shit like that. The people you called bald asshole and Harvey Weinstein? Or fucking you idiot? Jesus Christ. Tone is just a dumb rich kid, unfortunately. So Bay Dalla says, John Alba asked Tony Khan about the potential of MyAEW being utilized here. Okay, we already went over that. John Alba says that Tony Khan has asked about Brody King picking up attention outside of the wrestling bubble, fans expressing themselves. ICE isn't mentioned in the question directly. So these softball cucks who go, oh, Triple H is scared. They don't even go, well, what about the ICE thing, the anti-ICE stuff? They won't say it. Why? Because they're coached and they know. They're coached like the coach and the bro.
Wrestling's not fake!
They're coached and they fucking know not to say that part because, hey, wrestlers can express themselves. Freedom of speech, bitch. Everyone can. That's what's in right now. That's the meta in the mainstream right now. Yeah, freedom of speech. You can say what the fuck you want. Again, type shit. But don't say that shit, though. Don't actually make it about ICE. But yeah, if the fans want to chant, they can chant what they want. They pay, right? That's the new thing. Is like the millionaires and billionaires are still telling these motherfuckers what they can and can't say. But yeah, sure, everyone can express themselves freely. Brody King's just choosing not to express himself freely anymore. He doesn't lean into the ICE stuff because he just chose not to anymore all of a sudden. Right? CM Punk will just apologize to the Saudi, right? There's no blood-covered dicks over here. Right? There's no blood money dicks going on anymore around here. Our minds have changed on this stuff. Everyone's free now. Hashtag freedom of speech, bro. So nothing's really changed. Like Tone got a talking to. If the fans chanted, okay, you can't control what they chant, but it's not like they're, MJF makes a face or at the indie show, he'll talk about it, but there's not millions of dollars. Tone's trying not to rock the boat. You know what I mean? You notice his show's been more like story driven lately and less less gory, hardcore shit lately too. Why is that? They're really trying to do, like, Tone's really trying to save face. And he knows, he sees the writing on the wall. All of these motherfuckers do. And, these journalists aren't going to go, and what about the fuck ICE? Because they don't want to rock the boat, and they don't want to give Tone a hard time by asking him about that, because then he's got to comment on the whole ice thing, and he doesn't want to fucking do that. And why would you? I would just say I wouldn't want to comment on it fucking either, because either way you're going to piss people off no matter what. But it's just like softball questions. Again, this is shit that would be lobbied against Triple H. Oh, he's ducking. He doesn't want to be asked real questions. And then with Tone, it's just par for the course. Again, Triple H, it's a disgusting promotional tactic bragging about their success, even though it's just what reality is. With Tone, no, he can brag about everything. MJF, all these guys can brag how the houses are up, even though it's not even factual. So it's crazy. Speaking of crazy, they did the Battle Royal bleeds into the pay-per-view thing. But again, this is when you do that. But another trope that they've done way too many times. It's becoming a trope, rather. It's not a trope. It's becoming one now that AEW overdoes it. So speaking of Revolution, it's sold out. Tony Khan announced on X that Sunday's pay-per-view at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles will have a live gate exceeding $1 million. So there you go. MJF got paid a quarter of his money this year from this one gate. So good for Tone, good for AEW. The main event, we know what the card is. 13 matches are featured. So they did $1 million gate. Again, there's no verification of that really, but we will just take Tone's word for it. Tone was gifted the TMZ championship, which is very fitting because he's so full of shit. Billionaire and AEW owner Tony Khan crashed the TMZ office. Here's Tone bragging with like 3-year-old talking points about sports leagues and all when he's bringing up the AFL. He does the media rounds and he just says the same 3 things.
We're doing our TV renewal. I learned a lot of new data that I didn't know. And one thing that amazes me is, did you know that of all the sports leagues in the world, including the NFL, the MLB, NBA, UFC, PGA, WWE, WTA, all these places, the sports league that has the highest spend on streaming video per month of their fans, of all the sports leagues in the world, is AEW.
Wow.
I was actually we're doing our TV renewal.
I mean,
I learned a lot of.
Shut the fuck up. Like Tone they tell him things and then he just believes it. And let's say that is a real statistic of all the sports leagues in the world. It's like, that's awesome, man. Where's the attendance and shit then? Like, why? It's just like you're bragging about the past. So that's an old TV deal. And yes, in year 1 and 2, you did great. It's been just down ever since. So I'm so glad you did 12K people here. I'm glad you're going to do 12K at Double or Nothing. Raw does 16K. We don't want to hear this shit. What happened with the fall? How come Dynamites did 11K at the start and now they do 1,100 before the papering of the houses, you know? So good on them. I'm not trying. This is a packed house. The crowd's on their feet. They're hot so far. They might get burnt out. Who knows? But I'm glad when they do houses. It's just like an old ass talking point to say, bring up the AFL and, of all the sports leagues, we're actually the number 1 sports league. So Jungle Jack won this thing. Tony Khan has promised that the mystery of Shaquille O'Neal vanishing from the back of an ambulance on AEW Dynamite will be solved. Now, I heard the complete opposite.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
I've heard that Shaq fucking legit is like, fuck that place. But he is a wrestling fan. And maybe not like fuck that place, but he was genuinely pissed. And the reason this mystery hasn't been solved all these years later is because he, like Mike Tyson, does not want to go back there and do anything with. It's just amateurish, It would be WWE if he's gonna do anything again. But who fucking knows? Maybe Tone's working it out now, and he said, "Stay tuned. One of these days, it's gonna happen." It's a good reason to stay tuned. So imagine Tone thinks that for the last 5 years you should stay tuned to see Shaq come back. Shaq came back the very next day. Hit the road, Shaq, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Shaq, and don't you come back no more. People ask me every day, all the time. I get, where is Shaq? Nobody asks you that, Tone. Don't lie. So Tony Khan brags that AEW fans spend more on streaming than WWE, NFL, NBA, and UFC, which he touched on. And again, is Dave going to call this a disgusting promotional
The best
tactic?
guys, Tony Khan.
Is he going to call it a disgusting promotional tactic?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Tone can go out there and literally go, everyone chant pay-per-view, pay-per-view. He goes out there and lies about, oh, yeah, we do better on streaming than anything else. Yeah, because everything else does millions and hundreds of thousands on everything else, Tone. You're fucking cooked, buddy. And again, I'm willing to bet Tone can convert roughly 100,000 people. We know, I've broken this down a billion times just to reiterate, if Collision was held on the moon on a fucking Monday night at 2 a.m., or I guess morning, technically. Monday morning. 100,000 people roughly will tune in to watch that shit. Now, can you convert them all? I don't know. Let's say it's 125,000 people. Can you convert around 90,000, 100,000 people? I believe you can. I believe that that's a possibility. So, yeah, maybe they do well on streaming in that regard, but also they're doing like TNT and TBS and pay-per-view. Like, Tone's just stuck in the past. He's doing all this old shit that UFC and WWE and everybody's given up on already because it's just not the way of the future. Like, piracy's too prominent and all these streamers exist. It's just not the way to do things. So, again, Tone's gonna tone, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was the best guys. Tony Khan, and that was
The best guys, Tony
AEW
Khan.
news. Ichi Nisanda. So guys, what did you think of the Battle Royal roll over there? I liked the first time they did it. I like it with a Battle Royal, but I don't like that it's now becoming a trope. Speaking of tropes and unbecoming, Chris Jericho, ladies and gentlemen.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
So, guys, I'm going to put another poll in the chat here. Guys, we have 240 watching across X and YouTube over on youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Run the likes up, please, and thank you. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. So this is just a straight up tag match, no? Tag team championship. I gotta be honest, I like old Bucks better than I like this version of the Bucks better than like the heel Bucks, you know? So you guys vote in the poll, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We have more news too. We're gonna get into some WWE stuff. Wolverine DX for 2 says Big Boom AJ should promo the show instead of Tony. Yeah, for real. He does a way better. I'll give that a boom. I give that 3 booms. Boom. 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 Have I ran everyone off yet? Is everyone gone? Oh, man. Neither of the above. Yeah, I should have fucking put a schmoz in there. I should have put a schmoz finish. Remind me on the next one. Or actually, I could just do it right now. I'm going to end this poll, and I'm just going to start another poll. Revote, everyone. Revote. I'm going to put a schmoz in there. Who do you think will win the AEW Tag Team Championship match? We will go FTR, and we will go Young Bucks, and then we will go DQ Schmaz. I think that's how you spell schmaz, like that, right? Kizarni. Okay. I think JJ corrected it. He was like 2 Z's or some shit. That's how I did it this time anyway. So vote in the poll. DQ schmaz, vote again. The Bucks parents are there. We do have WWE news and whatnot to get to as well. I had a good time ripping through that AEW news and all of Tone's interview questions there. It's so funny to see just how the media is handled on both sides of things. Rancho Cucamonga, dude. Okay, so we do know that AEW Revolution currently has 1.9K people watching the live pay-per-view on YouTube. So Forbidden Door peaked at 5.2K. And so based on past trends, yeah, so guys, this is like not as hyped. Like Dave is going to fucking lie about this shit after and say that it's one of the most watched whatevers, but it just isn't the case if you look at the YouTube numbers, which matters. And Dave likes to look at Google Analytics for UFC and shit. Super kicks, early super kick party. Yeah, it's kind of funny how they had the Big Justice spearing Shane Taylor as well on the pre-show. That's pretty funny. I'm not against like the Rizzler and these guys being involved. There's just, I think, a way better way. As we covered just a minute ago, Tone is really looking at this dude as like he's just a real wrestler. So it's like, okay. And yeah, Jack Perry won that title in that battle royal, so good for him. Probably a good move for AEW just to mix things up. And I just don't like how it bled over. Like the first time they did the bleed over into the pay-per-view, I enjoyed it. The second time they did it the very next pay-per-view, it was whack. And then I think they skipped one pay-per-view, then they did it on the next one. Maybe I'm making that one up, but they just did it again, like with a battle royal. Now it works with a battle royal, but they should have waited till now to do the bleed over from the pre-show into the pay-per-view again during the battle royal. Like that would have made fucking sense, you know? So, Chris McCarty for 2 says, who told Tony the reverse battle royal was smart? So, yeah, and here's the other thing, too. Everyone was just outside of the ring. So now in AEW, they start all the battle royals where everybody's outside the ring. The match starts with everyone outside of the ring. And then they all fight to get in the ring. And it's just so they can do stupid fucking spots on the outside and do a couple hardcore shits. And then they get in the ring and then throw each other over the top. It's fucking dumb. Just start with everyone in the ring. We're trying to be different. That's fucking dumb. That's not how TNA tried that. They tried the reverse battle royal or whatever. That's stupid. Okay, it doesn't work. I'm telling you, shit gets over way more, and we already have color, saving nothing. And why? Because the Bucks can call the shots. They're bosses, so already color. And I'm not like offended. Oh, we can't ever have color in the first match, but this match doesn't need color.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Color doesn't warrant color. It's just you guys settle your rivalry in the ring. You know, once and for all. That's all we want to see out of this. And this time the roles are reversed, and instead they can't even get this right.
Idiot.
And since then, have claimed 11 World Tag Team Championships around the
So yeah, we got to the main shit. We do have WWE news. We don't have too much. We will rip through it during because we got to react to SmackDown and Ray to race a little bit. And we've got to do that at some point. If we just get bored, if one of these matches just get real fucking shitty and boring, we'll switch over to that. This dude's really bleeding right here. Whichever Buck this one is. The older of the young Bucks. No. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe. You can super chat in if you want to support. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And if you're signing up for NordVPN anytime soon, 73% and an Amazon gift card for new signups. If you use the link nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. Appreciate you guys. Those are my plugs. And hit like or fucking retweet, leave a comment, dislike it even if you're hate watching, whatever you got to do. Just let me know. Say what's up. What are we going for here? I am trying to check and see. I look and see.
Digging down deep here, going to the playbook.
Okay. So I bet AEW Sickos are furious. Rhodes and Omega had a picture taken together recently. I think this finally became a tag match. What up, PWT? What's up, dude? They will never be the Young Bucks to me. They'll always be Generation Me, Balding Buck, or Warrior Buck. I instantly recognize the reverse battle royal style. Even British YouTubers who glaze AEW hate the reverse battle royal. Yeah, that's what's up. And Kenny Omega's not here because he's at the Capcom Cup thing. And then Jay White tweeted out a couple hours ago, like, are you guys ready? And it's like, well, I wish you fucking returned, but we just saw the Bang Bang Gang, so maybe he returns and he's not a part of it. I don't know. I wonder what's going on at the Oscars. Michael B. Jordan is the front runner to win Best Actor. Man, Sinners is just overrated. I'm sorry. It's way overrated as a fucking movie. And I don't give a fuck who hears that. It is. Like, it's not bad by any means. It's just way overrated. Conan O'Brien said there are no British nominees in the best actor actress categories because they arrest their pedophiles. Oh shit. That is crazy. Based Conan. Let's see here. Yeah, just people walking the red carpet. People got live Oscars watch parties going on. Yeah, that's cool. Anne Hathaway looking fucking real good. They did a bit where Michael B. Jordan has he's like a bunch of seat fillers. Like there's like a more than one of him, you know? So shout out the Oscars. That's going on. Chat, what's up? Yeah, I'm not hating on Sinners. Like it's fucking good, but I just think the way it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I would pick either, so don't fucking ask me. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it was that fucking good, you know, but it is what it is. Now Dax is bleeding a bunch too, like profusely. Oh, they splashed a drink in Buddy's face. Oh, and then Cash dove into Dax. Holy shit. 613 for 5 says, thanks for this show. Don't need to spend $60 to know what happens. Hey, dude, thank you. Thanks for leaving on. Most of all, thank the best guy, okay, for putting this amazing show on. And yeah, it's just FTR. And thank you so much for your support. It's just FTR and Bucks kind of doing, like, you've seen this match, you've seen them all. And the Bucks are smart going on this early before the fans burn out. Because they kind of know. They kind of know what's coming. I feel like the fans are going to burn out tonight. Like, I'm not trying to be a hater here, but I guess I am. I guess that's the whole point of this. No, but it's just same old shit, same old shit. It's just FTR are working heel. And I mean, they do an okay job at it. Like, again, flipping the bird in the middle of the stomp. Like, you don't need to do that. And then they go into the sharpshooters. Because we're the good guy, Bret Hart's. Shout out Jimmy Corderas for the retweet. Sassy Girls 7824 gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Holy shit, everybody. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Guys, member Mondays go down every Monday. So hopefully some people who have, I see a lot of names that are in like black or gray text or whatever. Hopefully you guys are green now. And I appreciate you, Sassy Gill. That's a huge support. Everybody fucking Sassy Gill. Sassy Gill. Someone in chat said, yes, MJF won tonight. That's all I wanted to see. He didn't even wrestle tonight, dude. Phil needs a club on here like Poise does when he gets members and donos. So how does that work? Should I turn communities on, chat? YouTube keeps asking me to turn communities on, and then it's like essentially the Discord, but just for the people on YouTube where you guys can go and like drop memes and comment and fucking. Should I turn that shit on? And then like you guys could like raw watch party in there. Let's say like Saturday, I was like, I'm going to go live Sunday. And then you guys are like, fuck, I go hang, you could hang out there and be like, what's up guys? If you fucking, say I'm not there for some reason or something, maybe I'll switch those on both the channels. We already have a Discord. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. YouTube asked me to do shit and I try it. I'll test it out. Like a long time ago, they're like, A/B test your titles for us and shit. I'm like, all right, I'll fucking try it out. So I like upload clips with 2 different titles and I don't know what they do. They push different titles to different regions or so. I don't know how it works, and then they figure out what works better. And I'm down to try and hype the videos, guys. That's the new meta, right? Hype the videos, please. So a double suplex to the outside. One Buck is very bloody. Dax is very bloody on the other side. And it's funny that you have like Balding Buck, like the nicknames, Balding Buck, and then on the other team, FTR Bald. You can put addition polls on there. The new meta is saying something is the new meta. It is. Yeah. I can't. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wearing it out because it's it's so fetch to say meta now, right? Fetch is never going to be a thing. So Scorpio Sky came out in the Lakers gear. How many guys are coming out in Lakers gear tonight? We have the Bucks are in Lakers colors, and then obviously FTR wearing the Celtics colors because it's like a great rivalry. Super kick party. What is Dax? FTR Jericho return. No, if Jericho returns, it'll be on the April 1st, April Fool's Day, Dynamite. It's a Wednesday. It's in Winnipeg. So I think Jericho returns there if he returns to AEW. Ray DeReyes, AAA was so fire. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I watched it. It was so good. Oh, what a kick out. That was a great false finish. That was a good one after that shatter machine. Spike pile driver. Yeah, Ray DeReyes week 1 was awesome. We're going to check that out, or night 1, whatever you guys want to call it. We're going to talk about that a little bit and SmackDown a little bit here in just a sec. I don't know what match could be on after this. Like pretty much the Tornado Trios match. I could just give a fuck less, or is it I could care less or I couldn't care less. Either way, both of them, roll them up, smoke them. I don't give a fuck about that match, okay? So that's probably the one where it's like, and then everybody banned from ringside. Tony Storm's got to go out there and try and carry Marina Shafir. I don't know if I'm interested in that either. So we'll find the right time to. And then the World Trios Championship match. Okay. Again, you could have cut a few of these matches off here. It should just be the War Dogs against whoever the trios champs are. Like, why the fuck are Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight now teamed up with Mystico, and they used to be teamed with Hangman, and now we got to learn 17 different fucking team names and shit. It's just way too markish. Now the match might be going a little too long, so they kicked out of the EVP BTE trigger. I couldn't care less means it's impossible to care any less. Yeah, so I couldn't care less. Plinian, thanks for the assist. What's up, guys? I got booted out of my own show for some reason, so welcome once again. If you're just tuning in, I don't know what the fuck happened there. StreamYard kicked me out of my own fucking show, so that was amazing. That's awesome. Edge is back. Cope is back. That's fucking crazy. I was in the middle of talking. I was saying something there that I thought was funny, at least. So now here comes Christian Cage is back, too. So this kind of rules. But is Christian, so he's spraying them with some shit? So is Christian Cage still going to wear, he should just wear like his regular tights. At least the viewership increased during the blank out there, so... Oh, yeah, Stokes going to get it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think the crowd might have, they could have blown themselves up after this shit. Let's be honest. Holy shit. Holy shit. So the Bucks versus Edge and Christian, obviously that's what, like, Edge and Christian should have been tag champs already. Luckily, they're both back. That's awesome. But now the Bucks just get to work the Cage and Cope fucking program, which is good for them, but at least the crowd was hot. Okay, I'm putting a tweet out. Let's check out some WWE news. Wait, let me check the poll in the chat, sorry. And let's make sure everything's good. It's funny, yeah, viewership went up as I got booted from my own show. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, all that good shit. 55% of y'all thought the Bucks were winning. You guys were right. And up next, okay, perfect time to do news. So, who do you think wins this grudge match? Marina or Tony Storm? Marina Shafir or... Oh, did the Bucks lose? Yeah, so the Bucks, sorry, I was scrambling trying to get my... So FTR retained? Is that what happened? I was just like in a panic. I was like, what the fuck? Why am I not in StreamYard? And then as I came back in, it's like Edge is coming out. So I just completely missed the finish there. Marina Shafir or Tony Storm, and then I wrote Tony wrong. I'm just all over the fucking place, guys. Excuse me right now, okay? God damn it. Everything's going. It's a wreck now. Sets up FTR versus Edge Christian, which is the revenge that they need as well for pile driving Beth Phoenix. Or maybe a three-way because the Bucks were still in there. You know what I'm saying? So it could set up a three-way or, oh, you know what they'll do? A triple threat TLC type match with the Bucks, FTR, and Edge and Christian. And then they'll pull the fucking belts down. Very forgettable. Yeah. It just shows how forgettable that it was. Yeah. So I don't get it. Are the Death Riders supposed to be baby faces? Okay, let's do WWE news. A guy has a sign that says Tortas for Andrade. That's funny. 613 for 2 says, I think the Young Bucks and FTR absolutely suck. Well, the Bucks definitely stink. They're bad. I think they're bad at business. I don't know why this is coming up twice. But I think they're bad at business as far as like the whole CM Punk situation and not knowing when to step back and shit. Obviously, they're good at business as far as like keeping themselves over and shit. But as far as in ring, like they're not the worst ever. They just have to sort of rely on doing the same old shit. I think FTR were good until, Jim Cornette points it out. Like they started just doing they started working like the AEW style now. And, it is what it is, but you have to do that to please Tony McCann. And so it kind of sucks, man. And then like you look at Dax and like, I don't know, they don't move around as good as they like. Cash really fucking goes flying around now kind of dangerously because he's got to pick it up for both of them because Dax is all knee braced up. And let's face it, he's not in like peak physique of his career. He could move around a lot better some years ago. So I don't know. I don't know why this is a pay-per-view match either. Storm versus Shafir. Tony isn't getting the reaction she used to. Nope, they fucking buried her in the tag division, and they just sort of made it where her and Marina are. They didn't bury her by beating her. They buried her by burying her in the mix with a whole bunch of other people and having Mina Shirakawa copy her. And then now Mina's just getting beat on Collision. She's like a glorified jobber and they don't really have anything for her. And then it was just, let's help get Marina over more and shove the Death Riders down everyone's throats more, even though people don't want to see this. The crowd doesn't give a fuck about Marina Shafir and they don't give a fuck about Tony Storm, really. Not like they used to. So this is the snooze match here. We've got to break free. We've got to get into WWE news here, so let's do that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWF news brought to you by NordVPN.com/Pro Wrestle Time. So NXT scored its lowest audience this year for this past Tuesday's episode, while the 18 to 49 rating was at its average level. However, the show didn't air in some markets like Chicago due to local weather news coverage. NXT averaged 541K viewers, down 10%, with a 0.08 in the key demo, down 11%. Year over year was down 26% in total viewers. The rating was down 47% in the 18 to 49. Raj Giri, thank you for that. NXT, step your shit up. I think that a lot of people transitioning into the main roster could be affecting the ratings a bit, which I know I've talked about a billion times now. In other WWE news, yeah, this won't leave the folders. It's like a phantom fucking, this is frozen in the bookmarks now. I'm going to have to do something about that. But either way, in other news, let's see what we have from NXT or anything like that. So Friday Night SmackDown, they distributed 9,000 tickets. They're set up for 10,000. That's in Phoenix, Arizona. That was this last Friday, and we're going to get into SmackDown in a little bit here. WWE is set to host 3 major events in the month of May. Backlash on May 9th, SNME on May 23rd, and then Clash in Italy May 31st. Now, it's a lot, man. It's a bit too much. I'm going to be present for all of these, obviously, but it is a lot. There's a lot of WWE to consume, and then you mix in AAA and all of that. And what WWE's trying to do is they're trying to make it like you don't need to be a fan of any other Fed. You don't need to be a fan of AEW or any of these other fucking promotions. You just watch WWE and everything we have to offer, and we'll give you everything that you need type shit. And it's just a lot. And then Tone does one pay-per-view a month. You know, they need to tone it back and tone it down a little bit, I think. Like, you don't need to do Backlash. You don't need to do SNME that the same month as Backlash and Clash. But also, WWE does a good job of, like, pacing these PLEs and not giving too much. You know, just 4 or 5 matches. And, again, it's all free. Like, we're all just streaming it, essentially. So I think also SNME's on Peacock still in America, and it will remain on there until this current deal's up or whatever. But yeah, lots of events going down. WWE files to trademark the following shit: Girlhausen, Ghoulhausen, and Kidhausen. And I'm a Stanhausen for Danhausen. That's for goddamn sure. Kirsten Coding says that she's humbled and proud to announce that she's been working for WWE for 2.5 years and has been promoted to writer-producer for Monday Night Raw. So thankful for the support for my team, my family, my friends. I can't wait to continue to tell stories and entertain families around the world. So good for her. We got lots of new writers and people stepping up here in WWE. Cody Rhodes is partnering with Drumstick on a new red, white, and blueberry cone that is exclusive to Walmart. So go and check one of those out. I think who's on the Fireball? Randy Orton. And it's because WWE, man, they're just blowing up in their fucking mainstream. And speaking of which, you know, you had Mark Kerr in the house at this last SmackDown. You also had Vanessa Hudgens, who I always confuse with Selena Gomez, and my wife always reminds me of that. And she was holding up her WrestleMania 41 title there on SmackDown as well, and she was in the house supporting WWE like she does. Also, we take a look over here, and One Piece, we may have covered this. This might be from the press from last season, but One Piece actress Emily Rudd names Becky Lynch as her favorite WWE star. Man, I've been seeing clips of fight scenes from the One Piece live action, and I might need to get into that. Your boy Phil might need to start watching some goddamn One Piece, man. It looks like a cool show.
Who is my favorite WWE wrestler?
Damn it, I can't.
I know, Becky Lynch. Yes! Yes! Oh, you're quick with it. Becky Lynch. That's my queen. Guy, who is my favorite WWE?
So yeah, One Piece, they all love WWE, part of the Netflix family, of course. And speaking of loving WWE, so something that Raj Giri forgot to mention on 83 Weeks this morning, WWE's first deal with Peacock ended last week. They still have the SNME deal, so NXT PLEs don't have a home outside of YouTube. WWE Archives have been a free agent for months. I don't see Netflix or ESPN making a bid for those since they won't add any more subs with WWE fans who would pay already likely subbed anyways. And I'll add this, Raj. I think that the WWE vault probably brings in a bunch of money for them on fucking YouTube. You know, so they should just take the vault and spread it out on all of these fucking websites. Hosted on Rumble and Odyssey and all this shit. It would be a shrewd move if WWE made a deal with Paramount for the NXT, PLEs, AAA, and other archives on the cheap just to get a WWE Paramount relationship going, in addition to the one they have with the UFC. They're not making real money from those rights now anyways, food for thought. So he's suggesting, hey, Paramount could sneak in and go, hey, we'll take NXT and AAA and all of this stuff, right? And maybe that's the play. And I could totally see Paramount doing something like that over AEW, taking on AEW. Why the fuck would they take on AEW? And again, using Dave Meltzer's own argument. Oh, well, the overhead. AEW's cheap to produce and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so's Zuffa Boxing, so's NXT, and what about all these libraries of shit that's produced anyways? Or that's already been done. It's all been done like decades ago content that people want to watch. And everybody's crying, why isn't every Raw on fucking... You know, they could totally cut a deal for shit like that. And their vaulted content could go on Peacock or something, or on Paramount. Pardon me, not Peacock. So, again, Dave he's not thinking logically about this whole AEW thing. Tone pissed off the wrong people. That's really all it fucking boils down to. Speaking of these big WWE shows, of course, WrestleMania has been a topic of discussion here. And another thing that's been a big topic of discussion is Danhausen. And we talked about, all the WWE stars appearing in the mainstream and all these mainstream deals they're cutting and strutting with. But Danhausen got mentioned at the PDC. And what is that? Like the Pro Dart Championship? I don't even know what that is. European Darts Trophy. Yeah, so the Pro Darts Championships or whatever, when these fans in Kung Fu Panda outfits were shown in the crowd, Paul Nicholson on commentary said, I thought they were dressed as Danhausen. So there you go. Fanhausens all over the world, to say the least. Penta El Zero Miedo was on the pregame drum here as well, and the crowd was going nuts for him. And he's rocking it out with the fucking Spurs. Hell yeah. It's awesome to see Penta like intercontinental champion in Mexico. They just love him. We're going to talk about Rey de Reyes in just a minute. WWE and White Hat Studios have announced a new online casino game for real money titled WrestleMania Road to Gold. Look out, DSP. Shout out Darkside Phil, who's going to go fucking bankrupt. Darkside Phil, come on down. This was literally made for him. He might have a fucking career resurgence because of this, for all we know. Moving along. So Ronda Rousey's in AEW, guys. Perfect timing. We'll switch back over here for now. Holy shit. Toni Storm versus Ronda Rousey. That's actually crazy. And she's been taking shots at the UFC. So it just goes to show you. And they had Wayne Brady out there slapping Shane Taylor. Is Wayne Brady going to choke a bitch? Okay, I wonder if Shayna Baszler and is going to show up too. Eventually. So Mina and Ronda as heels taking on or Marina, pardon me. And them taking on Mina and Tony Storm. That could be something. Ronda Rousey shitting on UFC lately. Is not going to help Tony Khan's and AEW's case with Paramount. I'm going to tell you all that much right now. With Paramount, pardon me. I'm just watching Mox's entrance here. The Tortas for Andrade sign, that is so funny. So Ronda's been shitting on UFC lately, and that's not going to help her case and Tony's case, AEW and Tony's case with Paramount either. Yeah, I'm okay with Ronda. Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of sitting here processing this. I'm okay with Ronda and Tony Storm. That's actually a good move. But then Mina came out. So does Mina Shirakawa team up with Storm for a tag match? Ronda versus Marina, which would be cool. I know Shayna Baszler is working as like a trainer in NXT, but we don't know to what degree, because she said herself, like, I've been working there doing my thing, but I don't think she's under a long-term deal, guys. So I'd be curious, but then you need a third. Do they run Rampant, or is this just for a one-off for All In? They just build up to a Ronda Rousey match at All In. I'm cool with that. That's actually a good and smart move. But Ronda taking shots at fucking UFC like she has been, and she's about to have a huge fight on Netflix that's going to, which again, Netflix is in bed with fucking WWE, but Paramount's in bed with UFC, and Ronda's on Netflix. She's taking shots at UFC. She's going to have a fight that, I mean, if you think about it, Gina versus Ronda is just, as far as sheer viewership, it's like has the potential to be the biggest fight in MMA history. So just from that perspective, so I don't know if that's going to help Tone's case either, but it's a good move that he brought her in. And they actually booked a match that didn't go too long, and I think the right person won, and that was all good with me. That's a good piece of business right there. Now, the whole night's just been like shock, fucking bunch of false finishes, blood, and then Edge and Christian come out, and then fucking here's a match, Ronda comes out. So this crowd might get gassed out by the end of this. Who knows? You know, Takeshita and Moxley are going to go fucking balls to the wall here. I'm going to put a new poll in chat. We have some more WWE news. We have some more WWE news to get into. WrestleMania, SmackDown, Rey de Reyes. Run the likes up, guys. Run them up to over 100 if you guys are watching. If you don't have a YouTube account, just consider making one. We are beating Zilla Fatu live on YouTube. So round of applause for ourselves and Zilla. He crushes us on X. We beat him on YouTube. So there's 7 million fucking wrestling shows, right? There's enough pie for everybody. But yeah, shout out Zilla, because that's cool. I'm gonna fix this poll here. So Tony Storm, Doesn't count because the name was spelt wrong. 70% of y'all thought she was going to pull it off. Now here's a new poll. Moxley or Takeshita? Who do you think wins the AEW? What is this belt again? The Global Continental, whatever the fuck? The Continental Classic. The Continental Championship. The AEW Continental Championship, right? It's not the Continental Championship match. Got to give the title its due, but like, what the fuck is it even called anymore? So John Moxley versus Konosuke Takeshita. Konosuke Takeshita. You guys vote in that one. I'm pulling for Takeshita. Fuck the Death Riders. Rabid Wolverine L Skiller 17 for 5 says JD got triggered because Cody Rhodes drumstick ice cream promotion. What the fuck? Bro. What the fuck? Let me ask you a question. Does he really need an ice cream bar? Does he really need an ice cream bar? I have the cannoli. I kept the cannoli. He kept the cannoli already. Does he really need an ice cream bar? That who sell his soul for fucking anything. First it was Wheatley vodka, now this. And I said, what are you? Yeah, why? Who gives a shit? It's like when they put Scooby-Doo on a fucking gummy or whatever, you know? It's like when they put you go to the store and there's the Hulk on a fucking bag of Doritos or whatever. Who gives a shit? Who really cares if Rhodes is on an ice cream bar or if Reigns is on a I don't care when Kenny Omega's in Capcom good. It just means it's more mainstream. Again, they have Jimmy Fallon on fucking ice cream and stuff like this. You know, it is what it is. Celebrities are going to do that shit. And what difference does it make? Are you eating a bunch of drumsticks? You know, I mean, they're delicious. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I guess it's not Klondike, but you know, who really cares if he's on the fucking Klondike bar? It's like when they put Ninja Turtles on the alphabet soup or whatever. You get one of those pastas in the can with like here's Spider-Man or whatever. Like, it's the same thing, dude. Doesn't really matter. And he's on vodka. He's on all these other things, right? It's like LA Knight's on Slim Jim or whatever. Who gives a fuck? My Oreos have Avengers on them. Because the ice cream didn't have enough dairy to be called an ice cream. Yeah, well, that's hey, I got an idea. Take that up with the Illuminati because take that up with fucking the people who make the food, right? Like, I don't know. Because I saw that online. Like, look, this ice cream isn't even really ice cream technically. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, they've been doing that shit forever. Cheese Whiz ain't really cheese, I don't think either. I think that shit's like plastic or something, dude. It's fucked up. I don't know what that has to do with Cody Rhodes and him like getting generational wealth for his family and shit, though. You know what I mean? Like, if it was like American Nightmare assault rifle, okay, now we're towing the line of like, whoa, dude, that's kind of fucking crazy, right? But selling a beer or slapping a fucking Batman on a can of raviolis or whatever, who gives a shit? That's just like whatever. So Takeshita's getting his ankle worked over here. What the fuck is Cheese Whiz? Yeah, that's some Canadian shit probably there, buddy. I'm not sure. It's like cheese in a jar or whatever, you know? No, JD's cool. He's got some funny takes, guys. But yeah, I don't know if that's something worth worth going off about. It's just celebrity endorsements of everything, you know. Even Gordon Ramsay is on frozen foods now. He has his own line of frozen dinners. Zam, not only was it raw, but it's frozen. It's still frozen. You stupid idiots. Velveeta's not labeled cheese. Yeah, we got Velveeta too. I know what that is. We have over 300 watching, guys. Round of applause to you all. Massive supports tonight. Everyone fucking rules. You all rules. I have more news. We have more hot news. I'm just watching Moxley's thing. He's actually working a match where he's working Takeshita's leg over to take that speed away from Takeshita. I'm fucking with it. This show's been pretty good so far, honestly. Even with the pre-show considered. They've done yes, do the matches go a little too long? For sure. For sure. It gets tiresome. Like on Dynamite, they were doing crazy shit this past week. And then the week before. Yeah, so this last Dynamite, Dave said it was the greatest of all time. One of the top 3 shows he's ever. Top 3 matches. He gave Fletcher and Bailey. Did he give it 5 stars? I think he might have given it 5. If not, it was 4. That's why when I did that poll in the chat, it was a baseline 4 stars because you knew automatically he's given that match 4. Even though it went a little too long, I think it lost a bit of luster. It lost some stars just because of how many extra false finishes they snuck in there that they didn't need to, you know. And they kind of lost the crown on the finish. See, if we got this Moxley all the time, it would rule. Oh, I'm just seeing what Lincoln said here. Had too much to drink at a crawfish boil. Hell yeah. No, I'm here. I'm just watching. And I'm pulling up the next. I'm just going through this here. Wants to show tonight not only is he the better man, not only can he defeat John Moxley for the Continental Championship, but he wants to also show that he was strong rivalry between 2 of the Japanese contingent in the Don Callis family. Moxley's looking for the Death Rider. Okay. He's looking for the Death Rider. Yeah, people are shitting on the HBO Max app as well. That's got to suck. Freddie Prinze and Jeff Dye in the house. Yeah, they're a couple of haters, man. They're a couple of WWE. Well, no, they put shit over, but they kind of hate on the business aspect of it all. But again, Tony Khan just sets them up with good ass ticks so they don't shit on him. Yeah, I don't know if Freddie Prinze is ever going to get his fucking wrestling fed off the ground either. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Let's see here. Yeah, he's working the leg over. Okay, I got my clips. Everything's good. Except for this one phantom video that won't leave my fucking Twitter bookmarks. Philly sucks. I'm watching through a neighbor's window and it's streaming fine. I've never seen Takeshita sell a move. Is he still trying? Watching Amazon Prime stream here. No issues. Okay. Thanks for the update, Chris Walski, on that. That Nigel clown is on commentary. I fucking hate that guy. I don't mind him. He reminds me of Lord Alfred Hayes. Ha. Tony Khan. I hope y'all are enjoying the show. Say pasta again. Looks like 3 guys to beat Mike Bailey, a.k.a. Jobber. Yeah, Mox is working a solid fucking match here. I mean, the stomp on the apron's a little much, though. I wonder if Takeshita's going to blade here and not Mox. Tony Khan's checking in. This match is great. Revolution is the greatest.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
So there you go. Yeah, Uncle Dave is giving all of these matches all the fucking stars. Yeah, Takeshita's bleeding, not Mox. Please sign up for the My AEW app and help us stay relevant against the evil Fed. That's funny, man. Will do, Tom.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Will do. So now they're working it over, working this cut over here. Hey, is there anyone in chat who fucking is playing 2K26 on Xbox and has been checking out community creations? Are there some bangers up there yet? Like, I always wait a bit before I dive into community creations because there's always like bugs that they end up having to patch, or like, you know, something fucks up where all the logos and shit disappear from all the created wrestlers or the arenas and shit. So I always give it a bit, but I'm thinking of checking it out. I've been trying to play 2K26 when I can, and I'm at tier like 25 or some shit on that ringside pass as well. It is some bullshit. They need to honestly get rid of that. They need to fix it so if you play a match, you fucking, you know, they need to make it like you win 10 matches and everything's unlocked, or else I don't know what they're going to do. Because, like, I'm going to get bored of the game, like, come the 5th DLC pack that I already fucking paid for, you know? When I get to it, it's going to kick out after the pile driver. You know, but when I get to that time, like, I'm going to have already played all the game and all the modes that get you all of the fucking RXP or whatever it's called. I'm not going to want to do all that shit. and grind the game that hard. I'm just going to want to pick it up and play the new DLC. Like when the latest DLC packs come out for like 2K25 even, sometimes I'm like bored of the game, I'm playing another game, and then I'm like, oh, this DLC came out, let me check out the guys. But it's not going to be like, I'm not going to want to pick it up and go, oh, let me grind forever and fucking get all the DLC that I thought I already bought. You know, it's super fucking annoying. So 2K is going to have to fix that, or we're rioting. Double clotheslines. Mox has Takeshita's blood all over him. Oh, big lariat there. Kneeling lariat from Takeshita. But yeah, with 2K26, so I've been playing more like my faction than I've wanted to. And I booted up the island, but I didn't like do anything with it. And then I started my rise. I'm like literally the first 2 matches in the PC deep, because every time I whip it on, I got to go into my faction. So I've just been kind of grinding that out. And I see a lot of people frustrated. Oh, I shouldn't even say this because 2K will patch it out if I say this. Should I say it, chat? 2K will patch this shit if we let it be known. So just keep it secret here if I say this. But I see people frustrated online in my faction as well with fucking submission matches, like against Chad Gable and whatnot. Oh, that was a crazy kick out from Mox there as well. But you just see it coming. We've had so many of these false finishes, it doesn't matter. But in the submission matches, should I say it? Tony Khan's going to snitch us to fucking the 2K devs. I don't know if I should say this. Because legit, someone like some of these influencers were talking about how you grind out, you get Brock Lesnar to tap out Eric Bischoff. I'm not going to do that either. There's no way I'm going to spend my time just being Brock Lesnar and tapping out Eric Bischoff a million times to get fucking Mr. Iguana. I ain't doing that either, right? 2K's just got to address this and fix it. So they patched it so you like can't do that, or you have to put at least like a minute-long timer. But yeah. The fucking there's no infinite VC glitch. It's not that. I'm just gonna fucking say it and blow up everyone's spot because 2K is just gonna fix this shit. Or do I say it? I'll be so angry playing the game. I should just say it in Discord, maybe. Because yeah. I saw people getting frustrated. You're only making easy tap out in Minecraft. Yeah. Whomever's parroting 2K, you win the chat tonight. TK, pardon me, 2K. Dummy. We're just talking about 2K right now. Just say it already, K. I'll say it. Fuck it. In the submission matches, and some of you might already know this, but I see a shitload of people super angry about like whenever you encounter a submission match, for instance, Chad Gable's birthday bash, because the game's so new and he's rated overall 82, and so some of your cards might stink and you can't tap them out. You can win those all by count out as well. So you just use the count out, like get your fucking do your taunts, get your 60 or 90 my faction points, and then just win all those shits by count out. You don't have to tap him out. For all the people frustrated, I don't even know if this will get out there, but I've seen lots of people like, what the fuck? I saw someone who posted like, okay, I'm about to tap Gable out, and then look, it just won't go to the end of the meter. You know, like when I'm going to tap him out, it just won't tap him out. It just glitches where it fucking bugs at the end of the meter and it keeps just going down. I saw a lot of people raging, just win by count out. You just do it super fast. I figured that out, and I've done that a bunch because there was another one with submission as well. But yeah, I just don't know if like I want to grind out my faction and have that be what I do in all these fucking 2K games from now on. It's just super fucking boring. Big cover. Yeah, so McCarty's saying count out. So if he knew it, a lot of people don't know that online yet, though. I've seen it. So spread the word, I guess. And hopefully they don't patch that. $333 watching across X and YouTube. Illuminati. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Okay, his leg's too hurt. Kick to the knee. So Mox with like the cleanest veteran win ever. Oh, Takeshita kicks out. Damn, too many kickouts. Too many false finishes for me. Nobody's moves get over. This is why nobody gets over, because everybody's perfectly evenly matched. I just hope people don't get burnt out, but I've been saying that the whole show, and I just think the crowd's really rock solid tonight and good. Oh my God, he kicks out again. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much for me. Like, way too many. You had the crowd a couple times. Now, I get it's awesome to get that other chant. Holy shit. Holy shit. You get that one last, like, burst, and then you do it again. And, like, how many times until you lose them? That's always and how many more times until it's like, all right, I'll just only watch the pay-per-views, and then people stop watching the show and shit. Because this happens every Dynamite, too. So again, Moxley with the arms trapped. So again, I don't know if that's like the move. I don't know if that helped Takeshita more than just hitting him with your finisher after working his leg over 1, 2, 3. And then you can save more of this for when you guys rematch. But in AEW, you don't ever know if you're going to get a rematch. Now, if there's some schmozzy bullshit after this, who knows? But again, that'll be overkill. That match wasn't so bad, though. I think if, yeah. I think if you chopped a few matches off this card, you'd benefit from having a match like this. And if like the Bucks and FTR didn't have 17 false finishes, 51% of you voted for Moxley. So it was right down the line over who was going to win. I don't even know if I gave a pick. And now Moxley has to do this cringy ass selling of the situation. I just hate that the Death Riders are like trying to be good guys, but then Marina Shafir and Ronda just go heel, but then Moxley's going to show respect, but then they just jump guys and do whatever. Then he cuts a babyface promo, but they're kind of bad guys. Like, it's just cringe. This is the cringiest, worst group, I think, ever in the history of pro wrestling. The fucking Dungeon of Doom was better than this shit. All right. Okay, so they did shake hands, I guess. So yeah, just this tweener shit. I don't really like it. Okay, damn. So how many matches do we have left on this fucking thing? The Tornado Trios match, Tekla Stat, Strickland versus King. We have the Trios Championship match. Oh my God. We have the women's tag titles. No? Or no. We got that already. Pardon me. Because Lena Cross and Willow were in there. Yeah, sorry. That shows how memorable that was. And also Tekla status 2 out of 3 falls. Then we have the main event. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Lights out again, dude. Oh my God. So who's debuting here? There's someone in a lab coat. It's Tony Khan from the last season of Stranger Things. So what's going on? They're resurrecting someone in a lab. It's Ospreay. So Ospreay's going to be back in time for All In. Imagine saving some of this for your TV show. Yeah, imagine they need to save Bruv is back. So they need to save some of this for their show. You have Edge and Christian return, Ronda Rousey, and Bruv all in one night. It's just hot shot booking at its finest. So they do like Moxley shows respect, but then fucking Ospreay comes out and beats the shit out of him. So they're still bad guys, but Moxley's like the respectful bad guy. It is the lamest shit ever, dude. And then Ospreay's going to what, do a flip and almost die on the apron? Oh my God. Oh man, they're just doing too much. They're going overboard. Tone, if you're still in the chat, like how many more surprises you got, bud? Up your sleeve. His head almost hit the apron. Jesus, I know. Like, why did he fucking... And the crowd didn't really care. Like after he did the flips, they're just like, okay, why would you do that in a fight? The first thing he does is just flip around and flip off the ropes and shit. Oh my God. So we didn't get was the women's title match not fucking on? Did they not do the tag match? I don't even know. It's all just bleeding together now. Willow and Lena Cross, didn't they fight on the pre-show? And so Ospreay's back in time for All In. He's going to main event it. more than likely, and win the title. And so when is All In? That is in summertime. And so, yeah, I mean, whatever he does with Mox, it could just be a title versus title affair, and he beats Mox for this one too, and then he wins the AEW World title or whatever. I could see them just draping him up in gold. It's crazy he's back and he doesn't look like super jacked or anything like that. And I'm glad he's recovered, but did he rush it? Did he push it too hard and quick, I wonder? August 30, so end of summer. Yeah, so he's going to main event that. And let's think here. March, April, May, June, July, August. So that's a long time. That's a long time to build up and tell some stories. So earlier tonight, there was a... So did they just get rid of this match? Let's just throw it away. Throw this match away.
Willow, have you been cleared to compete to defend the titles tonight? I have been cleared. And I'll go up there. I'll be up there because that's what Double Champ Willow does. And I can't let Harley down. This is more than just me. This is about us together. And these girls are going to pay back. So Megan.
So they're losing the belts. They're losing the belts tonight. Yeah, I think so. The Babes of Wrath are going to drop these belts. Here, let me put the poll in the chat. So, yeah, we're getting it now. This answers all the questions. I didn't realize she was defending 2 titles tonight, though, in a row. A good little piece of storytelling there. I mean, Revolution's been pretty good. I'm all about, like, oh, my God, surprise, surprise, for sure. But it's like, now you expect us to watch Dynamite this week and fucking Collision this week. Like, is everyone going to tune in to be like, oh, man, Edge and Christian aren't there, but Ospreay's there to explain his comeback and all this shit? Like, maybe it'll help them out. But if they don't book it good moving forward, then it's fucked. And imagine if it's like Edge and Christian are back and they'll be on Dynamite. And then Ospreay comes back that night and surprises everyone. And then you have the week after that, Ronda Rousey shows up. Because, like, why are they in a rush to do that? The Ronda thing was booked well, but not when there's 3 other things on the fucking show. Now Ronda's just like, okay. It was a whatever thing that some people were already kind of laughing at, so. So I'm going to start a poll here. Who do you think wins the AEW Women's Championship match? What the fuck are they called? The Divine Dominion. Jesus Christ, Divine Dominion. Okay, I guess I'll put that in chat. And then, so is Penelope Ford still with them as well? Like, I like this team, but Tone, it's like these are plans. Because, okay, didn't he try to sign Lena Cross before, but then he didn't do it for whatever reason? Or like he had her on Collisions, but then he just waited to bring her in. It was something like that. Now, these 2 women presented the way they are, like, as these like goddesses sort of. It totally works. And they have the stature, the look, all of that. But it's almost like Tone starts running with one idea and then either someone leaves the company or someone joins the company and then he just quickly pivots. Like Harley Cameron's got to be paired up with the Iconics, the Inspiration, after this whole Willow thing, right? They're going to drop these tag belts. Willow's going to go solo with her TBS title. And then I guarantee it, the same way that Jet Speed or whatever the fuck they're called, they were just with Hangman, now they've been with Mystico. Like, Tone's just going to quickly shift it over, and we're going to get the Iconics and Harley Cameron, which I kind of like better. Not that I don't like the Babes of Wrath, and I like Cross and Bane together. Not a bad piece of business being like, okay, you two, but it's kind of random that, well, not random, actually. It's not random, but it's kind of, okay, so Lena Cross is the number one contender for the TBS right at the same time as she's the number one contender for the tag team title. It could have been more interesting if maybe it was somebody else who injured Willow, and then she, after losing the tag belts, she goes on to go after whoever injured her, but she still defended it against or whatever. Maybe not. Maybe Tone's got something cooking. But if it just turns into more of like Cross and Bane win the women's tag belts, and then like Lena rematch, like if Lena becomes the double champ, or maybe Megan Bane does, or if they just continue it along, I think it's time you just move on. You have the Iconics get in the mix with Harley Cameron, and then Willow does her own thing. But yeah, Lena Cross, sorry, she's gonna split wins here tonight. That's my vote. So you guys are picking Divine Dominion, I can see in chat. That's where I'm at as well. Let's get through this WWE news, shall we? Shall we? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. So WWE has allegedly dropped prices for WrestleMania 42 tickets from the previous cheapest standard being $254 down to $177. Night one is dropped down to $177. And yeah, it's going to sell out. I mean, it's going to do or whatever their sellout setup is. And the people doom and glooming it, I mean, I just think that was a controlled narrative, EC3. I really believe that. So WWE lifts the blackouts on WrestleMania 42 watch parties in Vegas. So again, people were like, well, this is what they normally do. And then they're like, well, there's no proof they're even doing it. And then now they're like, well, they lifted the fucking bans. And then Dave Meltzer's like, I'm going to hold a convention out there, Brian. And now he's charging tickets. He's talking about how bad tourism is, yet he's holding his convention there and is going to fucking charge people tickets to do a watch party with him. So this whole time, Dave set up a fucking watch party while he's doom and gloom fear-mongering. Oh, they're shutting down watch parties at venues, Brian. And all the dirt sheets are running with that fucking narrative. Meanwhile, they're going to be sitting up in the fucking press boxes and whatnot, watching this shit for free, eating the free popcorn. God damn. So Dave Meltzer, ultimate grifter, exposed. The status of WWE's upcoming shows in Saudi Arabia this year and WrestleMania 43 are reportedly under discussion following the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, which this time it should be, because I believe Saudi Arabia or places have been attacked. Like, motherfucker, there's been shit that's been shot at, and you see the Tate brothers being like, Cobra Tate, if you leave Saudi Arabia because there's a war, you're a pussy, and all of these things. So yeah, I guess they're kind of reviewing, but this could all be made up. Like, this is Brian Alvarez saying this. He could just be making this up. But I think there's got to be a question about it when it comes to this. You should question it a little bit, just because, yeah, you never know. And I mean, WWE, they rolled up to like active war zones, like where there's fucking military bases in the Middle East. They've rolled up to that shit on Christmas. So they're going to make it happen if they can. But yeah, I think it was a little sketchy there for a minute with whatever conflicts going on over there. So yeah, that remains to be seen, and we should keep an eye on that. And all I'm saying is this. The same fans are now clowning that they're questioning going there, even though they were clowning them going there in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So who gives a fuck where it's at? If it's in America or Canada, hey, bring it to Canada. I think bring it to the UK, fucking London. if you have to. You know, if it's not in the Middle East, there's tons of places you can hold WrestleMania. Doing it twice in a row in Vegas, I just don't think was a great idea. It was just their way of like doubling up the gate money, which is fine for them. You know, it's fine for them. And, you know, it's like they're established there. Everything's cheaper. Like they're kind of operating out of Vegas a little bit too. So it makes sense to have the Apex there and whatnot. We're running NXT events out of there. All of those things make sense. You know, UFC and TKO have been kind of doing their thing. WWE will see more of that. We've heard rumors about residencies and whatnot. But yeah, people doom and glooming it. Just shut the fuck up and get ready for this WrestleMania that I think has been heating up. And again, there's clearly this narrative of like AEW's crushing it, WWE's fucking up right now. And that's totally by design, obviously. And it's not even coping or being a fucking conspiracy theorist. It's like there's going to be 40,000. Did you guys watch Rey de Reyes? Did you guys see how hot the crowd was? Do you guys see these crowds for these fucking SmackDowns and shit? And like you can shit on the creative all you want. The crowds are going nuts. And like SmackDown, that was actually a fun ass SmackDown. You don't have to. I'm not the biggest fan of Rhodes and Orton in that build up thus far, but I am now. I mean, it's heating up now. I'm not a fan of Orton being the one to turn heel. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But yeah, let's jump back over to AEW because the Divine Dominion or whatever the fuck won the titles, just like we thought. So Tony cooking with that a little bit, not gonna lie. And now we have Swerve's match against Brody King, which is going to go very long, guys. So lock in. 77% of you guys agreed. I'll put a new poll in the chat, and then we'll get back into WWE news here. Trying to stay locked in tonight with the not ignore everything and fucking trying to stay locked into the pay-per-view. There was a couple AEW pay-per-views that were just like, ugh, you know? Who do you think wins this? Is this even a grudge match, really? Wins this match? I'm just going to put match because it's like, is it really a grudge match? They didn't really do too much to establish that. Swerve, Strickland, or Brody King? Or does it end with a schmoz? This whole fucking match will be a schmoz. No. DQ schmoz. Or is it no DQ? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Just a schmoz of some type. Okay, let's get back into WWE news, okay? So we talked about SmackDown a little bit, just quickly in other news before we get to that, just to catch up with a couple WWE superstars and what they have going on. Brie Bella says that she came back at the end of January. Now, chat, am I wrong? Or am I still kind of right here when I said I don't think they like want her around? I don't think Triple H is particularly like, oh, we want Brie Bella there. And again, I'm not trying to blow up anybody's spot. I'm not a dirt sheet. This is South Park, but just, I don't know. I just heard that whole, she kind of blew up her own spot there and it kind of fell through and WWE went silent on her originally to bring her back. But obviously those discussions are going to be there. She comes back and I like that she's there. She's obviously being used now on the road to WrestleMania. And again, what did I say? They're going to have the women's tag title match. And this is why I thought it was just going to be Rhea and Io versus the Bellas, because it's like, those are your, like, you have the Bellas, they're going to be in the tag title match. They're winning the fucking tag titles at WrestleMania, no matter what. But then you have like two big ass names. So do they just put Rio against the Bellas because they're like Io Sky and Rhea Ripley are the two top gals in WWE, I would say. So do they just like reward them with here's a Bella Twins match at fucking WrestleMania? No, it seems like Rhea versus Jade. Okay, and you can see what they're doing. They're kind of spreading out the stars. Like it'll be Asuka versus Io or something like that. And that's a big match because Asuka's a big name too. Io's always a big name. And then you have fucking
You have Rhea versus Jade, which that's going to help elevate Jade, even if she loses that match. Or imagine if Rhea puts Jade over. Like, either way, that's huge for Jade's career. And then you have the Bellas versus the Irresistible Forces versus Charlotte and Bliss, it seems like. And you could even do Charlotte and Bliss one-on-one. But I called it. I was like, well, what do they do then with the Bellas? Just a three-way for the tag titles? Or do they just go one-on-one against the Irresistible Forces? So at Mania, what you can do now in the three-way is you can have, like, the Irresistible Forces hit their fucking finishes on, like, Alexa Bliss, but then the Bellas sneak the win. 1, 2, 3, and then the Bellas get the titles. The Irresistible Forces don't lose anything. Like, they still look like they're the reason why the pin happened. And then Charlotte can turn on Bliss because, like, bitch, you lost us the fucking opportunity. And, you know, that's obviously where they're going with that. I think that's perfect, and that works well. And the Bellas help the Irresistible Forces by being in this match, and you have Flair and Bliss in, like, a big name match, like, perception wise, with the Bellas being in it. You guys, I understand why they did it the way they did it, and I fucks with it. I understand why they did Rhodes and Orton the way they did that too, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But I don't fucks with it as much. But, like, they did a good piece of business on SmackDown, you can't lie. But they kind of went to the predictable, whereas I was hoping they'd go with more of the, either way they went with it's predictable. We'll get into all of that, but the discussions have reportedly taken place for Jelly Roll to team up with Royce Keys. People are like, oh, call them Rolls Royce or Roll Royce or whatever. That'd be fucking funny. And at WrestleMania 42, the story of the pairing would have to do with their stories of hardships in their lives. Now, I'm okay with that, I guess, giving him a spot with a celebrity. Like, either way, they're going to position him in a way. How do we explain this? He's going to be like Damian Priest. He's going to win the world title, drop it back to someone, and then kind of float around the mid-top for a while. And who knows if he can reach the actual WWE title. But he's going to get that Damian Priest, like, he'll get the world title. I believe that with Royce Keys. I believe that fully. And they're just positioning him based on his look. And he can work. Fuck around, he can work. He can. He was probably in that faction that the few factions he was in. He's like the coolest guy. When he was with Ricky Saints and fucking Hook, he was the coolest motherfucker in that FTW faction. You know, he's always the dude I've wanted to see get pushed. And so I think Trips recognizes that. And I think they're going to position him like, and I think Punk will put him over. If Punk gets through Roman, I bet Punk would put Hobbs over, and then maybe Roman gets it off Hobbs, or maybe, I don't know. A lot of people think Roman's going to win that world title. I could see that too, but I could see Punk putting Hobbs over in WWE. And I think we're going to see Hobbs tickle that world title. Maybe he'll challenge for it. Maybe he doesn't win it, but I could see him winning that shit before all said and done. Maybe not the WWE, but that world title. I could see that. He'll win the IC. He'll win the US. He'll be a multi-time whatever. Him teaming up with Jelly Roll, I mean, yeah, that's just a high profile. You've only seen him in high profile situations, so it just shows you what WWE thinks of him, and it's all about presentation. How do you get a guy over? He's not going to be in NXT. They got to sort of present him like Jade Cargill a little bit, but he's a better wrestler than Jade, so you don't got to pair him up with a Bianca Belair. You know, you don't got to pair this guy up with like who's someone with fucking, I don't know, like Carmelo Hayes to like really, he goes in there and shows him how to work really well. Or, you know, you don't got to put him with someone like a Sami Zayn. He's just in a team with Sami randomly or whatever. You don't got to do that with Keys. So I'm okay with this, but I don't know. I think if it was me booking, you can get away with, you know, Hobbs wasn't there when Brock called everyone ballless if they didn't step up. Now, apparently on Raw, Brock's going to be there, and we're going to find out who his challenger is. Now, if whoever challenges Brock, was on that Raw when he called everyone ballless, then that person, even though they're stepping up now, that's kind of like you're buried a little bit in a way. Like you didn't have the balls to step up when he fucking called everyone out the first time. So I hope it's Powerhouse Hobbs. And if it's Obafemi, again, somebody go and fact check this for me. Was Obafemi on that Raw where Brock and Paul Heyman called everyone ballless if they didn't step up to him? Because I'd have Keys show up and just beat fucking Brock. Now, I heard an allegedly that Brock could have multiple opponents in possibly like a gauntlet situation, or like he calls people out, no one answers it again, and then the night of at WrestleMania, he calls people out, or like someone steps up, they fight him at Mania, he beats them, but then him and Heyman are like, we want more, or some scenario like that, then someone else hits the ring and fights. You know, I've heard an allegedly, but again, it's WrestleMania season. Everybody's
allegedly
talking. I don't take it, you know, I take it all with a grain of salt. So I'm okay. Dunn did says they had the segment where Adam wanted to talk to Oba in his office right before Brock went to the ring. Oh shit. So if they explain it, so okay, let me fantasy Mark book this right now. Because I know that Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jeff Dye are in the fucking crowd thanking Tony Khan on Twitter and tagging him in it and literally thanking him for the fucking good seats. And they're going to shit all over. They've been shitting all over this Brock and possibility of Oba and all this shit. Imagine if the story is, and this could easily be explained, Adam Pearce called Obafemi in his office because he knew what Brock and Heyman were going to go out there and do. And he told Oba, you don't go out there. I can't afford the destruction. Look, you're fucking new here. I can't afford the ramifications of you guys going out there and fighting each other. You know, one of you could get hurt. You could totally, even if it's a retcon, Trips, if you're listening, okay? Even if it's considered a retcon in hindsight, who gives a shit? Just run with that. Pierce pulled Obafemi in the office and was like, do not go out there and potentially injure yourself or him. And then if Oba comes out and is like, oh, I cannot take it anymore. Adam Pearce called me, but you want to talk shit. You know, I've had enough. You know, that would be cool, dude. That could salvage it right there. So we're just fantasy Mark booking it here right now. Okay?
Fucking Mark!
And yeah, if Gunther steps up as well, that could be it. So not even. Oba and Adam were talking about signing to Raw. Rusev came in and him and Oba went face-to-face right after was the Brock segment. Okay, then no. Then maybe my fantasy Mark booking wouldn't work then. Either way, listen. Don't blame your boy Phil for trying to fucking make this shit work. It's got to be Royce Keys because he wasn't there and he's being treated as a free agent, okay? So, I don't know. I'm not super into this fucking match we're watching right now. Either way, moving along here. So speaking of the Bellas, oh yeah, I skipped over this. So Danhausen and the Bellas linked up here. Let's watch this.
Hello, everyone. Oh, hello, fellow employee. I'm Danhausen. I'm new here. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Anyways, I will see you later. Bye. Whoa. 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 2, 3, 4. I get what's going on here. Clothes. Oh, yeah. All right. Very strange here.
Tones clones.
Right.
See, that's why the Bellas rule, too, because they had to do so many of those goofy-ass backstage segments, and they know how to sell it, and as long as they can both work. But I think I was right about my conspiracy theory because, and I skipped over this as well, Nikki Bella, I think I just unbookmarked it, but yeah, she wasn't there for 5 weeks, and then all of a sudden she's just back for the build for WrestleMania. So they're bringing her in for Mania. They're bringing her in to possibly keep her away from AEW. Maybe she'll be on more shows now, but why'd she just show up at a PLE And then she just wasn't really there for how long. And now it's like WrestleMania season. Now she's back. It's just, I think, with the whole Danielson working closely with Tone, and Triple H is like, fuck all that, you know? Moving along here, guys. So we talked about the build to Mania, and SmackDown went down. And Randy Orton turned heel on Cody Rhodes. Sorry for the nauseating scrolling here. I'm just all over the place tonight. So Orton turned heel on Rhodes, bloodied him up. You guys hear that pop? The reaction was crazy. And here's the thing, man. People wanted Rhodes to turn heel. They're obviously trying to swerve us, Barrow. They think that we're all anticipating his heel turn because it's coming any minute now, which it still is. But Randy Orton turning heel, again, it's what he does. So Rhodes has had people turned their back on him multiple times. Now, I'm not a big fan of this as much as I am if they just went in there as friends and then Rhodes turns heel at Mania, and then you end it with everyone going, what the fuck? I think that is the fucking move. They're doing it this way, though. Totally fine. The segment was awesome. Got a ton of heat. Orton was covered in Rhodes's blood. Rhodes was just bleeding everywhere. And then he like chair smashed Rhodes's head in between the steps. So they found a something kind of old school, but kind of new school at the same time. And then you do the old smash the chair on the stairs and fucking it makes a loud sound and Rhodes looks like he's dead. It fucking ruled. Orton knows how to sell it. He knows how to sell every moment. So when he's in the chamber, he knows exactly how to pace his comeback moves out. He knows exactly how to pace these segments like this out. It was awesome. Somebody noted that earlier in the night he was wearing like his babyface blue RKO everybody shirt, but then he came out wearing this black RKO everybody shirt in like the Cena I don't give a fuck you fans font. Now again, Rhodes, someone turns their back on Rhodes again and he's too stupid to realize that they're going to do it, and he's too fucking good of a guy to turn on them before they turn on him. So the thing with Orton is he's so predictably going to turn heel on people that this is the guy that I think Rhodes snaps on. And if Orton had have beat Drew, just imagine my fantasy mark booking, storytelling wise, fuck around with all this other shit. And there's people out there claiming that, you know, them deciding to last minute switch to Rhodes winning the title back because Drew's having a match against Jacob Fatu. That was like a road dog thing, and that has to do with him deciding not to stay with WWE as well. And he also canceled his like appearance at WWE World or whatever the fuck it's called, and he's going to be at some con with Tony Khan with Billy Gunn, right? But let's say they are jambling shit around. Okay, you're going with Rhodes versus Orton. Imagine Orton steals like Drew runs in, fucks Rhodes over in the Elimination Chamber. Orton fucking RKO's Rhodes after they both fought off the villain together, and then Orton steals that fucking opportunity away for Rhodes to get back at Drew, even though they're friends, and Rhodes gave fucking Drew every opportunity, like over the amount of opportunities you should give someone. But Drew keeps crying, whining, taking his ball, going home, and being a fucking menace. So he finally gets his way in the 3 stages of hell. Rhodes gives him everything, gives up every right and opportunity, can't lay hands on him, gives him his own stipulation. It's even 3 stages of hell, so Drew has so many more opportunities in the opportunities given, and he snakes the title away, right? So then Orton snakes away the chamber, and then that's when Rhodes is guest referee. Drew versus Orton for the title. Orton fucking beats Drew 1, 2, 3, and Rhodes has to be the guy to count it. 1, 2, 3. He's like, what the fuck? He raises Orton's wrist. Orton's holding that title. right? And then he just snaps on him. I just think that would have been way fucking cooler and way different from what they've been doing the last few years. And it is getting a little repetitive. Now, I saw JD from NY. You guys brought him up earlier. He got upset about, like, you know, Drew McIntyre is just doing the same thing over and over. It's bad creative. And it isn't really. Drew always threatens to take his ball and go home. Eventually, it's going to backfire on him big time. He's gotten everything that he's wanted out of it, but really he doesn't have the title, or the, you know, he's going to get lumped in a match with Jacob Fatu, and then Nick Aldis is going to, you know, it's all going to backfire on him. It's what he does. It's actually consistent. Now, Rhodes consistently the last 4 Manias getting attacked and turned on by people, and not being the one to do it to someone before they do it to him all at this juncture, that is getting a little repetitive. Okay. Like, I am with everybody on that one. He should by now. The move is he attacks someone before they attack him. Now, is it consistent? Yeah. But here's the thing. Drew for like the last year has been like, I'm fucking quitting. Let's say it's been like 3 or 4 fucking years of Rhodes getting turned on by people now. I can't remember how long he's been in WWE since he left AEW. I think it's like 3 or 4 years now. And it's just unfortunate that it's the same situation. Now, eventually he will snap and turn heel on someone, and it even still could happen at Mania if he snaps on Orton, but Orton's clearly the full-fledged heel here, so what would that matter? Maybe he joins Orton. I don't know. Orton just demolished him, almost ended his career. A lot of people are like, oh, man, but Rhodes is the top merch seller and shit. He's one of them. He's one of them. He's super over. He'll be just, I've said this, he'll be just as over as a heel, and people will buy his cool heel shirts like they were for Roman Reigns. Trust that. He's just super over, guys. The babyface thing, yeah, he's super over as a babyface. It's hard. He's like the John Cena right now. You don't just switch that guy. I totally get it. And also, we don't know. Like, does Rhodes beat Orton and retire him? I don't know how many Manias Orton's got left. I've been the one saying this for a long time, too. 2, 3 Manias left for Orton, and I'm not shitting on the guy. I'm just saying, like, how many do you guys really think he's got in him at the high level and fighting for the title? Now, I want to see Orton win the belt, but he's the heel. So we're going to end Mania. This is night 2, right? We're going to, or no, I think night 2's Punk Roman. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. One of the nights can end on a sad note. I think the final night, they're going to want to end on the happy note. So just look for that, right? Like, is Orton going to walk out of there and then they're booing, and then Roman wins the world title and everyone's booing because he's kind of the heel in the Punk situation? Or they're both maybe, like with Punk doing the whole bury you next to your father, and maybe they're both kind of tweenery in that. But I think Roman's more playing the heel. He's like, I've always hated you. Like, I don't give a fuck. And he's never really given a fuck. Roman's never gone like full babyface yet as well. So again, for people saying bad creative, like, in order to have what Punk's been doing, and I don't know, like Rhodes and Orton, this is a good piece of business. I'm not about to shit on it. Got me way more hype for Mania as well, because it's like Orton's going to be looking for that punt kick, and we'll see what comes of it, man. But SmackDown, they did their thing. That's for goddamn sure. What else happened on SmackDown? I'm trying to think of anything too crazy. It escapes me. I didn't bookmark it, so it just doesn't matter too much, I guess. So in other Cody Rhodes news, he was on Giga Chad Van Vliet's show, Insight, and he talked about Roman Reigns a little bit and their dynamic on the movie set for Street Fighter. We just saw Kenny Omega come back at Revolution, Time Cop, just in time from the Capcom event to not wrestle, but run out in gym clothes and fucking save Brody King. So here is Cody Rhodes talking about Roman Reigns on set.
Do you have any scenes with Roman?
We actually, I'm going to tell you something. We had one day on set, and the way the set was, and he could probably reiterate this, I think they thought we were going to fight or have issue.
For real?
Because they were very cognizant on the radios of stepping out with Guile, Akuma will be coming on. They were very cognizant of we would not cross paths. And we did, because I had to tell him the direction of one of the trailers. And that was our only moment. And it was a very awkward, like the weirdest. That's a crazy relationship. I had nothing from admiration for what he's done and accomplished, but that is I don't know what it is. I don't know.
There's rumors that were spreading around. So some people point out that, Cody Rhodes has a good relationship with some of these dirt sheets. And who he talks to and shit like that, and who he's talked to in the past from his time on the indies and in AEW and all of that. And, there were the rumors that like Roman just keeps to himself and he pulls up and he comes in through his own entrance and blah, blah, blah. And there's rumors that Rhodes went into business for himself at the WrestleMania, and that pissed some people off and da-da-da. So I think there is a grain of truth to all of this shit, but they also could just be selling it for the sake of their rivalry and like a future match or something down the line. They may meet again, so who knows?
I don't even like talking about it.
And shout out Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet on Insight.
I don't know what it is. It's just a very strange relationship, but
with Joe,
we cross
not
paths
with Roman Reigns.
I don't know if there's a difference. And the same as me. Ask him that damn question.
You have the same name, at least.
But
so Rhodes talked about WWE fans booing him. And I don't know, does he really get booed? I don't think he gets booed too much. I think he gets cheered more.
Are you trying to win that section of the audience over who maybe isn't a fan of you being a champion right now, or who's booing you at a show?
I don't want to say no, but there's a really great line. You watch Rick and Morty?
Yeah.
Rick and Morty. Rick.
Where what does he say? He says something about I'm not impressed. He says something about I don't care that you boo me because I've seen what you cheer. And that is very much my approach often. I spoke about this recently about that with the big dude from Barstool, old Brandon. I spoke about that Leslie Knope Parks and Rec episode about bowling, where she spent so much time on the guy who was never going to vote for it in the first place. And you start to, unfortunately, you do that to discount your own, like the people who are already there for you. But I don't want to be against them either. Right? If that makes any sense. I think John had it perfect. And watching John having my own skin really, really beat up and thickened up over the course of my career has made it so that I think I've got the lane I can run in and make something very entertaining for both sides of the coin.
There you go, man. Doing the damn thing.
Thanks, Ken.
Speaking of doing the damn thing, AAA went down. Rey de Reyes, okay? And the Lucha Libre World Cup is currently slated for May 30th in Monterrey at Arena Monterrey, so that rules. And Rey de Reyes went down. We have the card here, so first off, let's talk about it. Penta came out. The crowd was fucking crazy. He announced him and Rey Fenix are going to team up again once more. As the Lucha Brothers in AAA, which I don't know when they're going to do that in main roster WWE, but they will eventually. But now you just let Penta, he's on a meteoric rise. So that was awesome. Shout out Conan, who, again, they were showing love to Conan. And again, as I told you guys, he's in relative good spirits, all things considered. He will, I'm sure, inform everybody on K100 if he hasn't yet. Let everybody know what was going on with all that shit. And Rey Mysterio, I believe, was on commentary, right? I love the commentary. Like JBL, Corey Graves, they crush it. And Flammer took on Bailey. Out of nowhere, Bailey showed up and just got a fucking huge reaction.
1 day away from setting the record. Holy cow!
My God!
Wow! Wow!
Did not see that coming.
Yes, sir. Absolutely insane. Unfortunately for Flammer, she made
And yeah, so Flammer rules, and then Las Toxicas had to come out and do the schmaz finish or whatever, right? They distract Bailey. She fucking loses or whatever, eats a finisher, loses, however they did it. But they had a fucking banger. These guys right here, the Rey de Reyes finals, these guys had a banger. OG Americano, La Parca, and El Grande Americano, and Santos Escobar. Now, Escobar came out with his new look. It's like his first big thing, like entrance, and his first big event, and his first big thing since like reinventing himself. And he has a new haircut, a new look. He's like rocking these tights and shit. I don't know if this was, I think he wore some of this shit to the ring. We're going to kind of circle back to this, okay? Dom took on El Hijo del Vikingo, and it was another amazing match. Dom is just such a huge star, and he won the title. A lot of people are saying Vikingo's going to, like, main roster WWE more. And, of course, like, there was shit that happened with Omos and all of that stuff, right? And I don't mean to skim over it, but I'm sure you guys watched it. It was an amazing fucking event, in my opinion. But in this four-way match, Santos, now I saw rumors on X that he was high and shit like that. He pulled a Jeff Hardy. That's what people were saying on Twitter. I don't know about all that. I don't think it was that. He looked perfectly aware. He wasn't even selling badly. Like, he had good facials and he was like selling the body parts. And he was selling poorly at some parts, okay? But Santos, he just looked like he did not give a fuck who's with me. When I was watching it, I was thinking that. And then when I went on Twitter, I saw the rumors of like, he's been quietly moved to the alumni section of WWE.com, which was corrected. He's been on the alumni section since he came back to WWE, essentially, right? And Escobar is still with WWE and expected to continue the program with El Hijo del Dr. Wagner Jr. Now, did he think maybe with his big comeback that he should have won the Rey de Reyes? And the argument is for that as well. I'll argue for Santos. Listen, he's just coming back. They had him eating the pin, I believe, as well. He ate the pin. Am I mistaken on that? I think he ate the fucking pin, too. And this is like his big come out party is like, I'm back and I'm this fucking heel, new look, where we have like Dr. Wagner wearing my old mask and fucking me over in this match and stuff. And that's cool to progress their story. But this is his big, like, kind of return. And you have La Parca and the two El Grandes who are over as fuck. Like, they don't need to win it. But also, El Grande is so fucking over. When he won it, it was like, the crowd's like, la. They were going fucking insane. El Grande was just selling it so well. And, you know, he's like crying in the fucking ring. And it was like such a moment for AAA. Like, that was such an awesome part of it, and him winning. And listen, Escobar was where he needed to be. He bumped the only lazy bump. Well, no, listen, how do we explain this? They were lazy bumps, but he was where he needed to be when he needed to be there. He took the moves. He got up for guys. He had facials for a lot of it. He ate that cutter at the end, and he kind of just flopped forward like he didn't really full-on front face bump for it. And it wasn't a sandbag, but he was just kind of like, okay, I'm there. Okay, I'm lifting you up for this move. Okay, now I bump. You all saw it when you watched the match. Something's up. Like, he was pissed that he didn't win the match or something. That's my prediction. Okay? I haven't heard any allegedlys or anything, but it's like I think what happened was he's like, fuck, I should be winning this to really heat me up with this new character. These other guys are already super over. Like, they don't, you can do the double metal headbutt spot and then I sneak in and win. Maybe he was just like, what the fuck? I wait all this time. I re-signed with WWE. I'm in AAA and you guys aren't pushing me. But again, he's in the El Hijo angle. But it was kind of shitty how the heel of the match, because, like, let's face it, people hate El Grande original in Mexico, but some people cheer him, though. Like, he's still kind of over. Like, me as a fan, I like both the El Grandes. I like La Parca a lot. as the heel, you're booing Santos. Maybe you want to see him get the push a little bit, or he cheats to win or something like that. He had the Eddie Guerrero homage tights as well. And yeah, it was really curious what was going on with him. And again, people on Twitter were like, I saw someone tweeted like, the streets are saying Santos pulled a fucking Jeff Hardy. And it's like, I don't know about all of that. I just think he had boo-boo face or something along those lines where he's like, I'll be here and I'll do the moves and shit, but I don't know. Right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Santos. I expect him to, still be around, and maybe that was just, there's a disagreement. If he ends up fired or some shit, who fucking knows? But how funny are dirt sheets who run and they just quickly fucking report he's moved to the alumni section quietly. It's like, well, it's all quiet, dumbass. You don't get a fucking text on your phone. A bell doesn't ring whenever they add somebody to the fucking alumni section. Idiot. And then he's been there since they haven't moved him back to the roster since he's been back. So, that's my assessment of Rey de Reyes. And speaking of Legado del Fantasma, Angel Garza issues a response to a fan questioning why he chose to re-sign with WWE when he could be tearing it up in Arena Mexico. What a fucking dumbass, goofy thing to ask this guy. And he says, making 1/10 of the money because life isn't just about wrestling. I'm a man, a father, and I'll fight for my family's future no matter what. And I saw fucking sickos being like, oh, you just want to sell out for your family and not have bangers, not do it for the love of the game. I don't respect that. People who say shit like that are 18 years old and shit, okay? These are like the 21-year-old degenerates, fucking coomers in their basement. Like, those are the type of people who say shit like that. They don't fucking they don't understand. They're just fucking marks. They don't have families. I don't know. You take care of your family as a man and with a family. That's your number one priority. And also, the Garzas have been tearing it up. Now, should they be featured more in AAA? Yes. Should they be featured a little stronger in the WWE tag division? Fuck yeah, they should be. I've been a fan of both of these dudes for a long ass time. I say what they should do is beat the shit out of those two LWO babyface guys, or get them to join them and create like the LWO heel faction, heel version of that faction. And they should all beat the shit out of Rey Mysterio or something like that. And they should run roughshod as heels in AAA and just start expanding it like the old school NWO. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would do with them. Maybe that's a hack played out idea, but hey, it's better than like fighting with the Wyatt Six more and shit. I just think the Wyatt Six, they're an attraction, but they're just not really for me. It's just not as over as, like, I appreciate it. I get kind of emotional with the Fireflies and all that. I get it. And it's just like an homage to Bray Wyatt. And I like all of that shit, but I want to see them mixing it up with some more, like Matt Hardy was pitching. The Hardy Boys and the Righteous should team up and take on the Wyatt Six at Mania or something, or even like the Go Home show or some shit. That would fucking rule. Let's see them get all Hardy compound with it or something. You know, I don't need to see Gacy and Loomis team up. There's better teams. I want to see the GODs team up and take on Motor City and take on fucking Los Garzas and stuff like that personally, but it is what it is. And now they're talking about Johnny Gargano and Candice LeRae in a faction with Motor City, DIY 2. And I'm all good on all of that. I don't
Would you please shut the hell
up? So just to leave everybody on a happy note here, Jey Uso got stuck on a workout machine. And Roman Reigns and Jimmy just fucking filmed him. Let's get a yeet for that.
He's stuck.
They're just laughing at him.
Come on, man, get out. You're going to have to help your brother.
That's so funny.
Yeah, you got it? All right, hold on. Come on, man. You don't? Oh, you don't have it. All right, yeah.
They just laugh at him, film it, and upload it. That sucks. It's pretty funny, though. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News, brought to you by NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. Get up to 73% off on an Amazon gift card.ca. I think if you're in America, you get a .com one, but you guys know what it is. And yeah, thank you guys so much. That's my plug there. Boom. So Tekla and Stat are going off. I don't think the crowd are as hot as they once were. Again, you do a disservice to Tekla by burning the crowd out. Like, everyone's just sitting down. And you could really feature her in how cool and good and smooth-witted she is. And yeah, I mean, these girls are doing their thing, but there's been a lot of wrestling on this show. And yeah, even as a fan, as a hardcore wrestling fan, I'm like, God damn, can we quickly... They do all the crazy flip-flops and flies in AAA too, but they know how to like package it nicely. Undertaker does a really good job. He has a really good balance of... So that's only the second fall. We still have a whole other ass fall. $2K26 stream when? I'll do it soon, guys. I should do it soon. I should do that shit soon, honestly. I've been playing it. I just don't want to stream playing like my faction and shit. That shit's cringe. Maybe I'll stream My Rise or something. Or I could just stream my faction or whatever. I don't know. I'll do it soon. And we got to do a My GM mode or whatever the fuck online against some of you guys. I think Alexa will be in Wyatt 6. Someone wants to have a life, let them have a life. I fucking agree, Julie. Thank you for that. It's so true. Like, I don't mean to be vicious on these people, but it's like, fuck sakes. And it got hundreds of likes. It's a bunch of these fucking sickos. They just want to see wrestlers like car crash, kill themselves in the ring, like wreck their bodies and fucking break their necks in the goddamn ring for their amusement. And there's nothing wrong with the harder hitting strong style shit, but it's kind of fucking cooked. F1 WGP7 for 2. Go for My Rise, Phil. Yeah, I started it up. Okay, so I'll start it, but I'll have to. And it sucks too because I had to. My ring announcer name is Philip Mark. There was no just Phil Marks. So, yeah, I'll play My Rise. I did the first 2 like NXT matches, and I talked to like Punk and Pierce and HBK. So you guys missed the first little couple matches of the very first chapter, and then otherwise I'll just stream it. I'll just start whenever I play. I'll just hop on with my headset on Twitch. I'll do that on Twitch, and then maybe I'll fucking I'll see if I can go to YouTube as well with the... Oh, she's just okay. Now the Triangle of Madness, I think that's their name, right? They're just getting whipped up. Double lariat. Ringside Pass is ass, yes, but the game is good. It's really fun. I like the ragdoll physics. I hate that when you play couch co-op with people. Like, I like to play with people, man. And you don't get, like, XP for that either. Like, they should reward people for playing with friends. Like, multiplayer, when I'm sitting there with a couple people and we're trying to have a fucking rumble, and then you're like, oh, you don't get any RXP for that shit or whatever. The Stomp. Do they have red Hell in a Cell or silver one? They have both. Why would you do 2 out of 3 matches right before you have multiple trios and a death match? Agreed. And this late in the card, it just does Tekla a disservice by sticking her here in the card, and everyone's just kind of clapping. I gotta tweet that out.
Once again, proving the difference maker in the reign of the 16th AEW World Champion. It's going to be so hard for any challenger to combat Tekla.
The crowd is just like sitting there. I'm just tweeting about this, chat. It's just a disservice to them to do this type of match at this deep into the card when, and then like that's your champion. The match was pretty good, like all the schmoz bullshit aside, you know. But it's just a disservice to Tekla to like feature her now when people are just sitting on their hands and they've seen 12 schmozzes already. It just fucking sucks for her, dude. And it's got to really suck for all the wrestlers, like just being honest. Yeah, way too many schmozzes and people fucking running in. And like debuts or re-debuts, returns, whatever you want to fucking call it. So yeah, Tekla's been knocking off champions. She's awesome. She really does a great job. Damn, lots of people, Raj Geary, arguing with motherfuckers. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here watching this entrance. I did not get booted from my own show again. Which graphic's better? Here, we'll switch to this one for now. So Fletcher's coming out. He's about to do his thing. God damn, there's so many. So there's 2 6-mans. Bandito Andrade that we haven't seen. There's still so much left, guys. Oh, what a disservice to everyone. And then you have MJF Hangman. Jet Speed cosplaying. Yeah, oh, here, let me switch polls up, too. Am I fucking up and not staying up with the polls? Let's see. Yeah, I haven't switched it up in a minute. him. And then just Swerve fucking beats Brody King, like just taking all of his momentum away. So this is for the trios title, right? Callis family or Jet Speed, and who the fuck are they with? Mystico. You guys vote on that shit. Let me know. Hit like, hit retweet, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Jet Speedico. Lame. I had to switch pirate ships. Yeah. LOL. I thought it was just my stream. I'm watching the best wrestling company. It's called Family Guy. Yeah, Family Guy rules. Brody. And then isn't Stewie getting his own show now? I got to do a rewatch of all of those shits. You know what show I like too is the Cleveland show. I know a lot of people hated on that, but I liked it. R.I.P. Brody King's push. You have all this shit and you still overran your pre-show. Triller TV has crashed, apparently. Damn. Yeah, god damn it. I gotta start reading these AEW books. I'm going to. It's just to take time to read bad comics is like something I don't have energy for. I'll read fucking good ones or ones that I think look good. But goddamn. And if they turn out to be bad, whatever. But you know these ones are bad. Like we read a few panels on the live show once and it just... Hey. I'll own that my Jet Speedigo sucked. No, well, you didn't suck for it. Just it's like that's what they would call the team, you know? Jet Speedico. It's like, yeah, I don't know why they're a team now. It's stupid. Tone just lacks consistency in anything he does. Yeah, Celebrity Deathmatch. I'm also going to watch on Patreon. Guys, I'm going to start. I decided as well recently to mix it up. And I've been just trying to be more active on Patreon. And with PWT Pod coming back. And yeah, I didn't release the last week's episode. Guys, I've been chilling, okay? This weekend I ate a bunch of bad food. I've been chilling with family and shit. I've been doing the damn thing. I've been pushing myself hard, and I'm like, I got to chill out a little bit here from time to fucking time. And I'm like, damn, I be streaming a lot, so... All I know is PWT Pod bringing it back. That's the best shit. But yeah, me and Evil Dose. There's a pod about unionization. It's really evergreen. You could just listen to it any old time. And it's topical and it works. So I can't wait to release that for you guys. Also, these dudes are just like keeping the masks on. Apparently they were going to reboot it. I think they did reboot Celebrity Deathmatch for like a couple seasons, and there was a while there where they rebooted like Mad TV. It ran for a couple seasons, fucking Celebrity Deathmatch. I know Mad TV, that wasn't MTV, but it's just one of those throwback shows that everybody used to watch that kind of went away, and we're all like, whatever happened to this show? And then it comes back and no one watches it is the problem. Damn, Mystico's snapping. Bad food. You ate Wagyu beef, Phil? No, I just ate a bunch of fucking. I just ate like shit and drank a bunch of shit and ate candies and shit. I had a fun weekend. And on Friday the 13th, I watched Friday the 13th at a local theater and whatnot. And it was awesome. There was like people cosplaying as the characters and shit. It was like a film thing. I don't fucking know. I guess they go all over the place and show Friday the 13th. It sounds like a hack thing to do, but it's fun. Stay away from Wagyu and eat Australian Angus instead. Texas beef. Move into Alston, Texas. Stewie has his own show. What the fuck are you guys saying? Yeah, Stewie's getting his own show. Which Friday the 13th? The OG, obviously. Where, spoiler alert, it's Jason Voorhees isn't the killer. The very first Friday the 13th, right? Jason X, you guys ever seen that one? That one fucking rules, dude, where he goes to space. And then they consider that one not canon. Like Freddy versus Jason and everything else picks up from like 9 or whatever. But Jason 10, Jason X, where he goes to space and shit. Hockey was outlawed in Jason X. Dude, the NHL's been so fucking good, speaking of hockey, this season as well. I mean, this match is cool for like the go-home show or the fucking on Dynamite or whatever. Why is this on the pay-per-view? And you have Darby and the War Dogs in a trios false count anywhere or whatever the fuck, right? So like, why? Why do all of this? All of this fucking wrestling on this one show.
Something very similar last year. I was wrestling Kevin Knight, and then Kevin Knight unleashed him to the corner on his own. Okay, then we'll do it again here. Let's see. Let's just say who's been phenomenal at the week.
I like the Friday the 13th movies except for the remake. Fair enough. Yeah, I got to see it. Is Community Creations bussing right now, chat? 2K26? I think I asked you guys that earlier. I'm like, dude, I got to download an Okada and a Mystico. That's See, I like what Fletcher did. So Fletcher saved that whole thing. He is really good, dude. So when Mystico was about to lose balance there, and then he saved himself and the crowd went along with it, but Fletcher was like reaching for his feet. He was like working in between taking the fucking head scissors, right? So it's just little things like that that do make him really good. And I just think one day he'll be in WWE and they will actually blow him up into a huge star. Maybe he's an AEW for lifer. Tone will pay him a shitload. So again, when we're talking about what's best for his family, Fletcher will get more money from Tone to stay in AEW's whole career than Angel will get from anywhere to stay in his. And that's not a knock on him. It's just reality. So I liked just that little touch of him reaching at the feet. Like he realized, oh shit, Mystico is going to fucking wipe out. Okay, so they did take the masks off here. Yeah, one of the last I don't know, I go they played fucking they play all the Friday the 13th, but they do it like out of order and shit at some of these like film festivals and whatnot. So I go like, I think there's 3 Friday the 13th this year. So my wife and I are like, oh, we're going to go watch every Friday the 13th. So we've done the last 2. We found a place they're playing, or we just watch it at home or whatever. And so I like the one where he's in Manhattan, but it's mostly like on a boat, but then they do go to Manhattan for a little bit. That was a good one. I always check the guy named What's the Status. Yeah, he rules. Shout out What's the Status. Now they're trading blows. The crowd's supposed to erupt there, but they just don't really care. They're kind of just going, oh. Like there's enough sickos in the building to go, oh, every time like a move happens, but it's just so much wrestling. Yeah, the Manhattan one. Black Saw Johnny Hex show you out. That one's good. Drop kick from Okada. Oh, he goes for that side kick, super kick. Terrible camera angle, though. Oh, shit, the face planner. Oh, boy. So, like, about 70%, 75% of you guys think the Callis family is going to win this one. I could see it. I could see it.
Davis with Speedball Mike Bailey on the apron. Bailey desperately for the wedding tape.
Yeah, so the pay-per-view did crash on Triller. All of this news developing. So apparently Del Rio. Damn, dude, we got to cover this too on the next show. Alberto Del Rio caused a brawl at this fucking boxing. He's like doing a celebrity boxing match. and he caused a brawl after his fight. He was getting pieced up, and so he like waved in his corner, and they jumped in, and everyone started fucking brawling. Ah, shit.
Sends Fletcher back into the corner. Speedball Mike Bailey very nearly unleashed as his pass went the net. The Flamingo driver.
Oh boy, can this match go home already? I wonder. Yeah, a lot of people in the IWC are saying, like, you know, they need to ask Tony Khan about what Ronda Rousey said in the past. What did she say in the past? Everyone's got to quit fucking. Oh my God. Everyone's got to quit this, like, fucking, just because everyone doesn't align with your worldview, you want to fucking cancel them. Shut the fuck up. But I get it, though. They want Tone to keep the same energy. Like, if she said shit, I don't know if she's ever said shit about gay people or whatever, but Trey Miguel gets fired. Fucking the Briscoes don't. They don't, but like one of them's, they're not allowed on TV, but they're still employed. Ronda Rousey's allowed on TV. They are just picking and choosing their own battles. And it is just Tony Khan's decision, and everybody just sweeps for Tone. That's really what it is. So I don't even give a fuck what she said. Doesn't matter. And yeah, everyone in the IWC is melting down about that right now. So HBO Max streaming issues also are happening hours into the show, and Tony Khan's radio silent right now on Twitter. That's also what's going on. So he's not on there doing his usual, it's great, everything's great, justified, fuck Ice Chance, or whatever he's doing, right? He has none of that going on. And he's just radio silent as there's issues on Max and Triller, guys. So on Prime, I think, is the only one working correctly.
We've seen him use the turnbuckle brainbuster from that position in the past. Now Mystico, though.
La Mystica. Okay. Okay, new trios champs. I'm not surprised. So they just drop them to win them with Mystico. Mystico is all elite. So another surprise. Mystico poached from CMLL. So Mystico's all elite, and that's the big fucking reveal of the evening, or what? I bet Tone is paying Mystico at least $1 million. Could be more than that even. But if you get that graphic, you're officially fucking 6 figures minimum. But Tone's probably giving him $1 million plus. Yeah, this is an awesome moment. I don't know. Couldn't you have done something better with Mystico to get to this moment? He looks happy, though. I guess that's all that matters. It's a unique trio of guys, too. Maybe they could get into it with the War Dogs, do something cool, something compelling. Mike Bailey in the mix, or I guess Jet Speed in general. They're both in the mix. People are just trashing this. And people aren't happy with this, or what? Now they're just rushing through. Oh my God. Who do you think wins this next match? Andrade El Idolo or Bandito? Again, man. Like, what the fuck? So Tony Khan admits AEW added more new wrestlers in the past year than ever. Oh yeah, they're totally making money hand over fist. They're making all this money just handing it out. Crazy. And like Raw is outdrawing this pay-per-view. Like, not to be shitty about it, but they're saying it's sold out, and everyone's like, they're only half full. So what do they mean sold out? Like, they sold the setup out, right? Is that true? How many people can fit in this fucking building they're in? Yeah, these two are about to fucking go nuts. Yeah, so 11K and a 21K seater for this event. So is it really sold out? Yeah, I don't know, man. You guys vote in that poll. Bandito or Andrade. This one's going to be a banger. But I mean, Jesus Christ, we've seen so much banger action happen. So I need to chug down some coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a pick-me-up. I think there's been 350 watching throughout the evening, a little more than that across X and YouTube. Here's a little pick-me-up, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Blah. Hope everybody's hyped. Hope everybody's hyped after the Jericho action. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking at IWC reactions. Now we're locked in for Bandito versus Andrade. So many returns tonight, debuts. It's just way too much, in my opinion. I hate to be that guy, but you got to save some for. I think they need to save some for Dynamites and shit. Otherwise, what's the point of watching those shows? Maybe they hope 1 million people will tune into Dynamite to see Ronda and Edge and Christian and Omega. I doubt they'll all be there. John Alba, I said on Patreon today, a ladder match or TLC match between the Bucks, FTR, Christian Cage could be the double or nothing route. Sure looks like that could be with that tease eyes. Here's the problem, goofball, Alba. You talk to Tone, so no one cares. And why would anyone pay you to fucking regurgitate your fantasy mark booking? That Tone obviously is telling you what's going to fucking happen, and we can all come to that conclusion by watching the goddamn show. Like, what do you think? Everyone's retarded? On his Patreon. And then you just told everyone. So why sign up for that bullshit? Hulk Hogan left out of Oscars 2026 in memoriam tribute. Fucking hacks. They'll all fucking give a standing O for Roman Polanski, but fucking Hulk Hogan can't be included in your little fucking monkey suit and tie club fucking video package. Like, come on, man. You be fucking joking me. Yeah, the pants rip spot. Like Bryan Danielson sounds burnt the fuck out. Yeah, people are just debating Ronda Rousey, and they're like, "Oh, where's the moral people who have a?" I don't even know what Ronda said. I don't give a fuck, to be perfectly honest. But whatever it is, like, this is a good thing for AEW. Yes, there's going to be a lot of hypocrites, and we saw it last time when Rousey, if you guys remember, Ronda Rousey. First off, when they re-uploaded her match from Ring of Honor on their YouTube, that was like their highest viewed shit on their YouTube. And Ronda Rousey, when she had that match in Ring of Honor, all the fucking sickos were like, "Oh man, when she's actually allowed to wrestle, when they actually let her fucking wrestle, she's actually really good." But she was just doing shit she did in WWE, literally the exact same shit. Just more recklessly, you know? Like she was like actually just kind of whipping people around and shit. So it's all good, and I think it's a positive for AEW. Again, this pay-per-view overall has not been the worst thing in history that AEW's done. It's just been drawn on so long, and then they did too much of like debut, schmoz, lights go out, this guy comes out. Did way too much of that, especially with this many matches. Okay, have all those moments then on this show, but have a 6-match card. Literally 6 matches. I could count the ones. So Shafir, Tony Storm didn't need to be on this. That trios match did not need to be on this. Strong versus all. Yeah, this fucking trios match that we still haven't seen yet with the dogs does not need to be on this. Willow versus Cross didn't need to be a match, although I did like that piece of business there. And yeah, I would say Swerve Brody King doesn't even need to be on this shit either, but they are trying to build Brody up and Swerve is back or whatever, and he's rolling along. But then Brody King lost, so it's like, all right. But yeah, you could leave a bunch of these matches off this thing. Do 6 matches, 2 on the pre-show, 6 on the main card, and then do all this after match schmoz returns, and then really blow people away. And if you want that moment with Mystico really badly, then you have him involved in this match, or you fucking eliminate other matches, eliminate 4 other matches off this shit, then do this match on Dynamite or Collision or whatever the fuck. Or do a segment with these two where they get in a brawl and then their matches until the next pay-per-view or whatever the fuck. You just need to give us a reason to tune into the show. They just threw everything at this fucking thing, and the viewership trends on YouTube are down, as we saw earlier. So how many people really bought this pay-per-view? And it crashed out, so everyone's going to want refunds. HBO Max crashed out. Triller crashed out. Everybody's going to beg for refunds. And again, just the lies, like sold out crypto.com arena. You have 12,000 and a 21,000 seater or whatever the fuck. It's not sold out. Like, why can everyone just fucking lie like this? It's crazy. What's with Andrade copying off Angel Garza? Yeah, it's because they popped for it the one time, and then now it's mine now. Yambag. It's mine now. Go. Yeah, people are like, Kenny Omega's back. What did he do? Go to Japan to play some games? And yeah, AJ Styles, all the sickos thought Styles was going to show up. Why the fuck would he do that? God damn it. And then Britt Baker getting in on the mix here. We've had returns debut after 4 matches, but when there's a return staring us in the face, we don't get it. Britt Baker, come home. And then Britt Baker goes, not up to me. Fucking Tony Khan, man. Yeah, it's too much, man. The crowd should be more hype. Everyone's just burnt out. I'm burnt out personally. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So Tony's just tweeted out justified AEW chants, and you can't comment under his shit. Oh my God, what a motherfucker. Guys. Oh, there's a story here. There's a narrative. So while there were blackouts, while the blackouts on the HBO Max and everything was happening, you couldn't respond to Tone's tweets about thank you all who watch AEW. He turned comments off, and then once they got it back in order, he comes back with, here, look at this, chat. We have to expose this. This is a segment called The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So look, he turned the comments off for these ones a few hours ago when people were saying that there was problems with HBO Max and shit. Is that not 4 hours ago? So HBO Max, it was saying like your event will start soon. And he was radio silent on that. An hour later as well. And Triller got messed up at one point. People were saying, so look, thank you all who watch AEW. Tonight is one of our biggest nights, but turn the comments off. Comments off. Before that, comments on. Comments on, right? So the comments are off. Justified AEW chants. And then this one, an hour later. Justified AEW chants. Again, like a robot, comments on again. Once they fixed it. So for all the people who are like Triple H doesn't want the smoke and all this shit, and Tony Khan gets
The best
asked
guys, Tony Khan.
right there, fucking pwned you, man. He turned the comments off so people couldn't be like, HBO's not working, bud. That's fucked. And everyone's like, Osprey's a superhuman. Bro, he looked like in not the best shape of his life. Honestly, man. When you come back from some neck shit, I want to see you in the best shape of your life. Juiced up like Triple H. When he came back from the quad, you know, won the undisputed title. Everyone always goes back to that. We want to see you looking like that. The best shape of your life, ripped up and ready to go. And it's crazy. They're on the West Coast, like the East Coast guys. It's going to be late as fuck by the time this thing's done. What matches are left? 2 more after this. Like Osprey got rushed back, man. The crowd's dead. The crowd's dead now. The crowd's dead as fuck. Deader than a deadite. Okay, so he's just taking pictures with models and shit. Like, how many times are you going to do this before this gets fucking played out? And it's just Angel Garza's gimmick. But Andrade really lives that shit. Like, he legit is all about them fucking fine-ass models, you know? And, like, did you have to have Willow... Did you have to have Willow and Cross work twice in a night as well with all of these matches? Yeah, so Emiratis, all flights to and from Dubai have been temporarily suspended. I mean, I don't know. They might have to move events from Saudi, and I'm all for that. I don't give a fuck if they have to move them. Like, obviously, I care about war and shit. Like, I wish that shit didn't happen. but it's not worth it to risk the fucking wrestlers and like, okay, more shows in America and shit or wherever you're going to have them. Swoop in and go to London with Mania. Something like that. It could be cool. There's places that need Manias, like Toronto needs another one before Saudi and shit. I think there's so many cities that want them, that want a Mania. Yeah, Andrade loves to party and bullshit and party and bullshit and party and bullshit.
I actually think that was his right knee there. If he could have done the left knee that Andrade had tweaked earlier, I mean, I don't think Andrade would have been able to get through the ropes as quick. Maybe he should have dragged him to the center of the ring. Benito, front wrench, brings Andrade up. Look for the snake.
Pre-show and Oscars started same time. Oscars are over and this show is half done. Yeah, it just shows you how fucking pretentious Tony Khan is.
Looking for deem once again. How is that even possible? Brian, I don't even know how you would defend that. A rolling heel kick to a falling apart right eye. I've literally never seen anything like that before. And to the back of the head.
Yeah, I thought Hollywood was pretentious. I thought they were up their own asses. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this? What do you call Tony Khan here? Here we go. This match would have been better suited in like if there was way less matches. For fuck's sakes. It's just so much. Okay, that's the finish. And you know how much Tone loves Bandito, so Andrade winning, like they're really pushing this guy. That's the right guy to win, in my opinion, too. Some people pissed. They like Bandito. I like both of these guys a lot. 80% of you guys picked Andrade as well. Good choice. So I'm assuming this next match is the fucking trios match. Who wins this garbage trios match is what I'm calling it, because why is this even on the fucking pay-per-view? So Allen, Orange, Strong, or the Dogs. Diggity dog. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. If you guys are watching on X, I fucking upload tons of shit to my YouTube channel all the time, and we do fun shit like polls and stuff. Come hang out and chat, or just hit heart, retweet, whatever. Why the fuck is this trios match on this pay-per-view? Okay, so the dogs and they're doing their thing. Guys, run the likes up. There's like 363, whatever, fluctuating across X and YouTube. Fucking hit the likes if you're on YouTube. Run the likes up. Jericho already popped in, so if you're showing up looking for Jericho, you just got to hit likes for your boy Phil. Yeah, 32 wrestlers on the main card. Like, that's so many. Plus 21 on the pre-show Battle Royal clusterfuck. Yep. Eight to 9 matches paced over 3 hours. I think 9 is like too much as well. Like if you have like a 4-hour both nights of Mania and then both nights of Mania, you have like 7 to 9, like you can pull it off, but that's a lot, man. And Dave Meltzer and them will be like, oh, well, UFC has 12 fights and shit. Yeah, but they're really fighting. And here's the thing. People do not show up till the pay-per-view and the main card all the time. The prelims and the early prelims, they're fighting in front of nobody. And those fights are on because you have to move people along in your league. Like, people have to have wins and losses, or else they can't just be like, here's 5 fights, then here's 5 fights. It was like that back in the fucking day because the roster wasn't as bloated as it was. So you have a bloated roster here, but it's pro wrestling. It's not just fucking... It's not the same thing, you know? Seven to 9 match range. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 7 to 9, if it's like a 3-4 hour show, yeah, I'm with that. If you're doing a 3 hour show like WWE does for PLEs, and they have like 5 matches on there, I'm good with that too. Elimination Chamber was rough. They drew the entrances out way too long. They could have put another match on that card. 100%. They could have fit one more match in there, but oh, I'd love if Darby just wiped out on his skateboard making his entrance. That shit would have been so funny. Did they pre-record him just rolling in on his skateboard? Zero reaction for Darby. Zero reaction for Darby anymore.
We saw him during that blood and guts match. Wrestling Darby through reputation. They'll do anything we like, but still, don't forget who you are. The man. Don't forget. Philly intercepted the top attempt by Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, with the Saudi thing, yeah, apparently airports are shut down and everything. I just wouldn't go to the Middle East. I would just stay away for a while and just do everything out of America and Canada there, buddy. And even in Mexico, and like Mexico had some crazy shit pop off, but when it comes to that situation, like when they say they're done, they're done. And if you don't get in their way, everything's all good, like for the most part, you know? So it's not a worry of like, you know, I wouldn't risk any of the wrestlers. I just wouldn't fucking risk it, you know?
He's literally certifiably great punch for good. Over leverage.
Lots of people are angry at Time Cop Tone over the streaming issues. Yeah, well, they should be, because all they talk about is streaming, and then they fuck it up. Now, is it on the streamers? Is it like Tone's to blame because like their signals fucking suck or whatever? I don't know. Like, absolutely not. But at the same time, it's like, how many mistakes? They had to refund a whole pay-per-view for everyone on Amazon before. Taco Bell commercials during the whatever the fuck. The lights go out in the middle of the whatever the fuck. The fucking feed goes out during Dynamites all the time. Fucking the whole streaming situation, rolling out my AEW, and then it's just international. But then DAZN picks up the pay-per-view rights, and then the pay-per-views are on there 90 days later. It's just goofy. It's just goofy. He should have been building up my AEW this whole time, and having it be his international go-to this whole time. And then in America, Honor Club and shit is on there, but otherwise, like, it's not fully rolled out. And then, oh my God, Clark Connors. Almost dies on that one. With a spear through the ropes. But yeah, it's just confusing, and Tone's confused motherfuckers. Guys, this tweet I put out's got so much fucking motion about the Ronda Rousey. I tweeted out, Ronda Rousey shitting on UFC lately is not going to help Tony Khan and AEW's case with Paramount either, LOL. Just saying. Hashtag revolution. And every second I look, it gets another like. Yeah, that was a sweet spot. The dogs are awesome, but the crowd doesn't care. Why are they fighting the goofballs, Cassidy and fucking Allen? You know what I'm saying? Like, no one gives a fuck. You know what the dogs should have did? They should have came in. They should have did the whole we're Bang Bang Gang. We're like the Bullet Club Gold. They should have kept that whole thing going with Juice and the Guns, and you have Aries in there. And then when Jay White comes back, hopefully he comes back sometime soon. But eventually you have like them all split off and fight each other and fucking, you know, and hopefully the dogs get a trios titles match soon, and maybe they build up to something with Mystico and Jet Speed and all that. But Tony doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he just linked up Jet Speed with Hangman, and then then they dropped the titles just to win them back with Mystico, when realistically the Jet Speed should just be in the fucking tag title division still. It's fucking so stupid and ass backwards. The actual trios don't get pushed in the trios division, and then the fucking random teams that get thrown together. Like, the conglomeration's a 17-guy operation. We're supposed to believe in AEW, but they never team with. It's always two guys from the conglomeration and this other guy who's not in their faction. It's just fucking dumb. It's just a middle schooler booking all of his favorite wrestlers and realizing he doesn't have the fucking space or the capacity to fit them all in a fucking show. And so you get a fucking 19-match show like this. Yeah, Tony Khan doesn't fire anyone. He freezes them.
Oh, go!
Yeah, a lot of people seemingly agree. Like the 5 matches are too few with WWE, but then the fucking I disagree. I think 5 is a good amount if you have like stuff going on, like if you have vignettes and shit like that, and you have a return segment or a debut with Danhausen segment, and they only had 4 matches on that card. And then I think they thought the Danhausen shit was gonna take a little longer than it did. I don't know what was going on with Chamber. Maybe a match fell off that they thought they were going to quickly put in there or something. Yeah, lots of people are just hating on Ronda. Boo Ronda. She said cancelable shit in the past. What did she say? I'm so curious what she even said. So now Orange Cassidy's going through a toolbox because people who don't care typically go through toolboxes. I don't think anyone cares about this fucking match. Chat, run the likes up for having to sit through this fucking match. We've been on the air 4.5 hours. There was tons of news too. So if you guys tuned in later and you're like, oh, was this an entertaining show? Or are we just sitting here watching this fucking boring ass AEW show? No, it's not like boring. They had a lot of good moments on this show, but it's just like refine it, just whittle it down to a good show, and then have people go, wow, there was like 5 really amazing things tonight. And then Dynamite, oh my God, look, the Osprey's back too. Holy shit. What a Dynamite, you know? And then the week after that, oh my God, Omega's back, even though he was in Japan. Like, we didn't need him to just run out and make an appearance. Oh my God, Omega's back. And even though like he wasn't really gone, he just took off to Japan for a bit. But and then you have what's his face come back as well. Who all returned tonight? You had Edge and Christian, which, okay, you do that on this pay-per-view. That works. You have Ronda Rousey. That's it. Like, you could have did that later. You didn't even need to do that tonight. But she ain't about to be on these other AEW shows. Like, she's on this one. We won't see her again until closer to fucking All In. And it's just because this was in LA. Yeah, we've been on the air for 4 hours and 33 minutes, chat. So let's do this goddamn thing. There was a bunch of news earlier, too. So make sure you guys rewind, check that out. The replay will be up. I'll timestamp it all for you motherfuckers later. Megan Bain is incredible. Yeah, she's awesome. But, oh, damn, that was crazy what Darby just did to Gabe Kidd there off the stage. That's called like a truck stomp or something. I don't remember. Skateboarding stopped being cool in like 2008 or whatever. When did the last Tony Hawk Underground come out? Tony Hawk Underground 2. I'm just joking. Skateboarding's still cool as fuck. I love the X Games and shit. Yeah, Finley rules. But again, just no motion. But it's so funny. Angel Garza gets heat for going to get paid and take care of his family in WWE. But Finley makes the exact same move. None of these sickos say shit. Duck under, duck under. Oh. Fucking Orange Cassidy. What are we doing? God damn it. I can't with this shit. I can't with this shit. Oh my god, and the fucking dogs get pinned. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, this is so bad. Oh no. The crowd goes fucking dead silent. It's so funny because really think about this, and I need to break this down on the next show. I'm going to do I'll create a thread about it or something, but it's like, really think about it. Sammy Guevara, Jack Perry, Orange Cassidy, Darby Allin, Wheeler Yuta, Daniel Garcia. They're all these guys that Tony Khan was so insistent on pushing and shoving down everyone's throat.
Guys, Tony Khan.
Oh, there are top guys, and we don't like cruiserweight divisions, even though all of those guys would make a solid cruiserweight division. Right? A mid-lower division for cruiserweight guys. Oh, yeah, look, they're great. They're the future Stone Cold and The Rock and shit, right? All of those guys, no one gives a fuck about any of them. No one cares. It's 7 years deep, 6, 7 years deep, and no one gives a fuck about Yuta, Garcia, Guevara, fucking Orange Cassidy, Darby Allin. No one cares, okay? No one's ever going to really care. They had it with Darby. They fucked it up with the Sting thing. He should have beat Sting. He should have turned heel on Sting and retired his ass. That's what Sting's retirement should have been. Okay? And then if you want to do what's best for business, okay, and not what's best for Tony's fantasy fucking booking. And then with Orange Cassidy, they should have played it like a Danhausen. They should have played it like an R-Truth. They should have played it like a not serious guy. He can get wins in the cruiserweight division. He can get wins when he teams up with people. He can whip out a random Canadian destroyer out of nowhere, whatever. But when him and Jericho, like, they're having like mimosa matches and shit, and they're seriously trying to push this guy. And then he has that long ass title reign with the All Atlantic title or whatever the fuck. And he's like battling and beating all these real fucking guys. It was goofy. He should have been like their mascot, the company fucking mascot, and it would have worked. And instead, they sold a lot of t-shirts up front. Why? Because they didn't botch it yet. And then it just completely fell off and no one gives a shit. It's fucked. Pockets was never going to lose, and Finley's cooked for the next 3 years jobbing to Darby and shit. I know. Like, what the fuck? The show's been good, but I'm so confused as to some of the winners. Yeah, the show's just slowly going downhill now. So because of fatigue and whatnot. It's not the worst show they've done. A lot of schmozzes and a lot of people returning. I don't know if, like, I'm excited for the returns, but does that make the show better? I don't know. I think I'm at like C+ right now for me. You could have chopped a lot of this shit out. 11 years in New Japan proves he isn't ready. Phil, but then Sting couldn't come to Darby's rescue in DC AEW 2. Spoilers! Hey, no spoilers. I got to read those. I'm going to read those on the page. No, so Buddy that I'm getting to come on, who works in comics, is an independent, successfully done independent campaigns and whatnot. I'm going to get him to come on. I keep fucking around too and like dip, dive, ducking, and dodging and not hitting them back up. But I've just been doing my thing lately. Okay, guys? But I'm going to get him on. Okay? And he's a massive PWT fan. And he is like, no, we can do it on the live. Because I was worried. I was like, I don't want to read the comic like on Patreon. Or I mean, pardon me, on YouTube and then get like flagged for some shit. For like, I don't know how that works with reading books. Like I know people do digital comic book reviews and whatnot, but I think I have to skip some of the pages and leave out some of the amazing Aaron Sparrow. Yes, I know. And he's going to come do it. He is going to come do it. I just, yeah. I was like, we should maybe do it on Patreon or we should like record it. I think the first one I'll do will be like a PWT pod or something like that, just to test the waters. I just am weary about what gets flagged and whatnot, especially because AI does all that shit now, mostly. So it's like, I'm sure he'll know what's up. You're cooked unless you can add to it. CH3. Well, no, I know what transformative is, motherfuckers. This show's been running for how long? The Observer may or may not have falsely stricken my shit and my strike is gone on the channel.
Allegedly.
But, and now it doesn't exist on my channel. Maybe, maybe not. But that may have happened. So I know what I'm doing, but it's just like, that's why I'm cautious about this one, because there's a lot of spurgs in the indie comic space and whatnot. I just, maybe because it's DC, it's not as big of a fucking worry, but I'm just, yeah. Uriah Connors, let's get to it. Oh, yeah, a poll. Let me get on, let me get on the poll here. Pause. Let me get on top of that poll, chat. No Diddy party. Guys, we're like 24 likes away on YouTube from hitting 100. Why don't we just get it to 100? I'll end this poll. 60% of y'all thought that the dogs were going to win, but that didn't happen. Who do you think wins the AEW Championship match? We got the champ MJF versus Hangman Page, the challenger. Chat, you guys vote on this poll. We're doing a vote on a poll match. Yeah, MJF coming out like a cowboy, just doing like the Bandito thing, kind of. But then where it's like a parody of like it's like a silly cowboy thing, but then he pisses on a grave. He comes out wearing these Terry Funk tights because it's a Texas death. Again, cosplay wrestling. No, I bet this match will be okay. We'll see what happens here. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Almost 400 people all night hanging out. Let's go. California. Super cool to the homeless. California. Yeah. Super cool to the homeless. Okay, let's see. It's 1:45, and we have this match that's going to go like 30 minutes left. So get ready. And yeah, I don't know if MJF has another movie coming up. If he does, then he ain't winning this shit. Oh. And then Justin Roberts goes, not this shit town, Los Angeles or whatever. And they're all just like, boy, does he suck.
The history of the Texas Death Match goes all the way back to the 1850s. Boy Funk Senior, the man that innovated the match. And a fact that is not lost on MJF, but I knew very well that for as odious of an individual as MJF is, he is a student of the sport of professional wrestling. It's the entire inspired by the son of Boy Funk Senior, one of the sons. Yeah, he's really totally inspired here. I understand the seriously wrong thing. But don't let MJF fool you. He's a student of the game.
So people are roasting Tone because in January, Fightful Select reported that Tate Vick was signed in recent months, and she's some female wrestler from the Indies. And then I guess she got to wrestle on Collision, but her team lost in a minute or something like that.
His specialty. It's the last thing that MJF wanted. MJF said
So MJF, it's his birthday. So happy birthday to MJF. But the crowd's just so dead compared to earlier in the night. Like even just when the guys are walking around doing shit.
this could be a tactic by MJF to distract Hangman, to get him in places.
Like even them brawling in the crowd, you think they'd be going way crazier, and they just don't give a fuck, really. Hopefully they can win him over.
That was driven right into MJF's mouth.
The crowd is standing so they won't fall asleep. Oh no. Oh, that's brutal roast. So MJF's got color here, bleeding out the mouth a little bit. I like how Wayne Brady, he didn't have to choke a bitch, but he definitely slapped a bitch tonight. That was cool too. We kind of glossed over that because there was so much going on. I think I was reading news when Wayne Brady popped up. Alfred Kunawahausen's loving this fucking event so far tonight. Friend of the show. He's grading everything like 7, 8, 11 out of 10, 8 out of 10, everything. So he's loving it. He's loving the show. But yet they're mad at him because he posted Fast Nationals and criticized AEW for not booking black guys at the top of the card. And so they reacted to it by melting down on him, calling him a fraud, kicking him off of the fucking media thing, and then booking Swerve as a champion for a little bit. And meanwhile, he still just puts over their shows and shit. Cosplay Cowboys. That sounds like a country band. That'd be a good name for a band or something like that. Cosplay Cowboys. Jericho is the new meta. Yeah, dude. Jericho's totes meta. The new meta. Oh, God. I guess AEW's using 8K cameras for the event as well. Trying to switch up the look and vibe of the production and whatnot. Hollywooding it up a bit. Production is way more on point. Other than like, I guess, but I don't think that's on production. The fucking like streamers not working, right? Wherever you're watching this thing. I think Amazon Prime's the only one that didn't have blackouts. So it was funny. Yeah. When Rizzler rizzed up that girl, whoever's in that group on the outside of the ring, that was cool. There's been some good stuff. The returns were cool. They didn't need to do the Kenny Omega one. That was just fucking stupid. But the start of the show was really good. Like the first 2 hours, I think, was awesome. And then just an hour of like, what the fuck? And then this last hour's like, well, it would have been good if it, or the last half hour's like, I mean, it'd be good if it was like earlier in the show and we didn't have a bunch of other shit. But you guys know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And we're almost 5 hours deep into this live stream here. And they're chanting, "You sick fuck." Oh, shit. He has a staple in the fucking chest. So, chat, what are you guys saying? Run those likes up. Get them up to 100, guys. That would be awesome. I would appreciate that a whole shitload. And I just appreciate all the fucking massive turnouts all the time, even though it's fucking Sunday. It's not even a usual stream day. I love it. So he just broke the glass all over the middle of the fucking ring. And again, the Bucks just like weaseled their way in early, which is smart. And then they did color. Like they got a bunch of color in their match, which was smart because there hasn't been any other color up until like this point, I don't think. And, someone's going to be bleeding if MJF isn't already in his mouth or whatever. That's not the only thing in his mouth. Go. but he just got slammed on the glass and shit. They saved the blood and the guts and the gore for the end, which is fine. Bryce Remsburg, I think, is the worst referee I've ever seen. I cannot stand how bad of a fucking... He's worse than Aubrey Edwards. I've been saying that forever, too, and then people are starting to catch on and finally start to say that. But he is absolutely one of the most egregious referees I've ever seen in my life. Here, so this is cool, but the problem with this spot is all the dust. Like, it just lets you know kind of how phony it is. You can't be dragged through glass like that without there being, like, blood everywhere. And I'm not saying I want to see blood fucking everywhere, but when you see all that dust, you're like, oh, it's just sugar glass or whatever.
Decided to be the world champion today. Who knows? It's hated for it. I think it's because at the end of the day,
Hangman's got barbed wire now. He's now rubbing the barbed wire in MJF's head. He's going to blade. I think, and MJF's bleeding bad. Oh, no, he already bladed. Yeah. He's bleeding bad. So, again, the Bucks just snuck in, got their color in. Like, couldn't just let Max have this one. You know, it's just so fucking cringe. And then, but there wasn't too much blood, which is all good. Not that I'm anti-blood. I like it, but you got to do it effectively. Right? That tag match didn't need it. It really didn't need it. And I think MJF's going to win this fucking thing. And I think Hangman's going to book himself into the I'm the people's champ type situation. At the same time, though, if MJF has a fucking movie coming up, he's dropping this belt. But I don't know if he does. And then Hangman can never challenge for it. I could just totally see Tone going back to that thing that Rhodes did back in the day. And everyone's like, it was a mistake. I don't really think it was. Because all Rhodes did was get the TNT title more over and shit. Rhodes was fucking awesome for AEW. The fans just turned on him hard. I can't believe they just brought up Wardlow as well. Setting up a table on the outside here is Hangman with his little frillies on his jeans. Very cowboyish of him. Oh, and there's Jeff Dye right in the front row. And he was thanking Tony Khan on Twitter. I'm sure his podcast is very... Wrestling with Freddie is sure a very evenly keeled podcast, I'm sure. No, they are, dude. They mark out. I like to listen to it because it's surface level, but you also know who they're boys with. And I mean, Jeff Dye's, I mean, he's friends with people in WWE. He was at the WrestleMania roast that didn't air. But I like that. I like to hear people who aren't just like being fucking outraged. It kind of balances shit out for me. I've been listening to, I don't listen to a lot of wrestling pods lately. I've been listening to fucking Wrestling with Freddie. And then I've been listening to whenever Billy Butty drops like a free whatever the fuck, you know, he does like a free show every now and then. And I'll listen to that. And I forget what it is, the Dirty Sheets or whatever. And then I've been listening to more Jim Cornette, but I went back and I listened to like his old Lucha Underground rants and Kenny King burying him. You know, those are like once every couple years. You got to go back and listen to like Jim Cornette's videos where he tells all the Santino Marella stories and shit, you know? So I've been more into that, listening to like his old TNA fucking review or like emails from Russo and shit. Oh, body slam. And then 83 weeks, of course, but I never get through an episode anymore. Like I throw it on, I start doing shit, and then I just like switch over to other shit. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch a movie or something now, or I'm gonna I got work to do, and then I just turn it off. So I couldn't tell you the last time I finished in 83 weeks, but I will throw it on, listen to like the first hour, and that's pretty much my wrestling podcast consumption as of late. And then like I listened to Cornette's recent clip on the OVW thing, but I haven't listened to a recent Cornette anything in like a while, other than like the topical stuff, you know, because it's trending, it's in the news. So Hangman's got color now. He got sliced with the glass. He rolled around in the glass, and now MJF is stealing Kenny Omega's gimmick, and he's now the cleaner, and he's sweeping the glass out of the ring, and the crowd is booing it. And if he works hard enough, he'll get promoted to janitor. Sweeping the ring, I thought that was fucking I thought that was Wheeler Yuta's job at the end of the day. That's gimmick infringement, brother. Now he's biting him. Oh, and Hangman gets glommed with the broken broom handle. Chair shot. Why remove the glass too? Oh, I don't want to land in it. I guess it makes sense. It was a good spot. You haven't seen that where he grabs the broom and then they boo him? It was pretty funny. So did MJF just try and do a nod to Randy Orton there? With that, maybe not. He didn't sit there with the belt in his lap, but he did just sit there. What is that? A fucking syringe? Yeah, MJF is just trolling PWT now. What a garbage ass failure of a fucking this is just He's gonna shove it up his dick hole or what?
It's great.
So why would you squirt the stuff out? What's the point? What's the point of squirting the stuff out after? Yeah, I don't know. Do we even give this the decency of finishing this? I mean, I'm spent, guys. I think this is over 5 hours. They're fucking going full retard again. I just don't know if I'm I don't know if I'm able to continue this. And then he's just like right up. Like, obviously, the needle in the cheek isn't a knockout blow, but it's like you just got needled. The crowd's reacting. Next thing, MJF a minute later Like, not even 90 seconds later, he's on the ground, knocked out, and Hangman's getting another weapon. It's like, well, what's the point of the fucking needle? I've seen them do the needle in a deathmatch thing where they do the needle and then they like fake inject the guy, then his legs don't work, and then they fuck him, and then they, Buddy beats him down and shit. Okay, if you're gonna do that, but they just squirt the juice through his cheek, and then all of a sudden it's just fucking MJF's down 30 seconds later. Like, come on, man. At least sell that shit a little bit. Do something with it, Crowd was reacting heavy to it. Might be jumping the shark here. Oh. They aren't getting chants and shit. Chat's going crazy. Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 for 2 says, fuck this match, -4 stars. A very specific number there.
Or, the young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So.
And listen to how quiet the crowd is right now. That's why you should have milked the needle thing a little bit more. And I don't mean squirt more juice out of it, but just go somewhere with it. Have him he's shaking and freaked out. And I don't know. There's just a way to do that and get more out of it, I think, too. And now you're just losing the crowd because okay, we got another table spot. We just saw glass and needle through the cheek and stabbed you with a fucking Buffy the Vampire wooden broom handle stake. What now? What? Okay, a table spot. Ooh, it's just backwards a little bit, man. And this is where you start to lose people. But everyone, in the front rows, they're all on their feet. They want to see what crazy shit happens next. They just lost the crowd a little bit. They're not really getting chance. And they're just taking way too long to set up this shitty fucking table spot we're about to see. It was just way too much cooperation going on there. Here we go. Here we go, Hangman. Get him in the ring. Okay. There's the knee. He's going to get back body dropped over the top. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, it just looked like it hurt Hangman more than MJF, but... the crowd's flat dead. The crowd's dead, not even making a sound. Yeah, I don't know. I think the glass and the needles should be the finale. If you're going to do that shit, okay, do it. But if you're going to do that shit, do it. But it should be the grand finale, or it should be fucking... Now the crowd's just not as hot as they were at that moment. We talk about this all the time with the false finishes and shit. The Fletcher Bailey match. It was awesome. It was really good. But then you do 3 extra false finishes, and then it's not as loud and hot as when you had the crowd on the first one, and they've done that a few times tonight. And now it's okay, you're just getting thrown into fucking barbed wire chairs. We just saw a hypodermic needle and a guy get slammed on fucking glass. You almost got to build up to this shit, a little better. Hangman's bleeding. They're fucking legit landing on barbed wire and shit. It's really hardcore. And Hangman's got to look to the crowd and be like, come on, to get them going. Like, you shouldn't have to do that. Everyone should be like, holy fucking shit. You could have done glass, needle spot, whatever the finish is. You do all this moonsault with the barbed wire chair and the fucking you do all this first. Then you go into glass and the fucking needle and then the finish, right? That's all I'm saying. You got to restructure this shit. They had the crowd. They had them with that moment. Imagine fucking needle in the mouth, Fujiwara armbar tap out, or needle in the mouth. All the crowd's like, what the fuck? And then he hits that apron driver. Hangman's laying there, needle in the mouth, in a pile of glass, bleeding everywhere. Pin 1, 2, 3. I just think that's more impactful. Now we're just going into, you pile drove me on the barbed wire chair. I'm going to pile drive you on the barbed wire chair now. It's like, come on, man. Now we're just like repeating shit, you know? Now we're just like going in circles. Like, oh, this table spot's going to be so hardcore after the dead eye, or what is it called? The dead eye in the table. Okay, well, the dead eye on the barbed wire chair and then the glass, you had the needles. Like, that was all more hardcore than the table spot. Crowd pop for that one, though. They're popping for the spots. They're not completely flat. This was a good crowd overall, but there's something to be said about just so much and like the formatting of this shit. All these matches, you could have trimmed it down like 4 or 5 matches, and this card would have been way better. And this match, I think, would have been, and they just, I think the glass and the needle should have came later. Okay, see that? There's like a handful of sickos trying to get "This is awesome" chant going, and the rest of the building's not picking up on it. Why? Because it's just, they're over now. They're over. Like, I'm not going to start chanting "This is awesome" and shit. It's got to better be really awesome, because I've seen so much really awesome shit already. And now MJF's rolling over to another table, right? Wolverine DX for 2 says syringe where Cuervo's fault. Dave told me, they had
Cuervo. He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Ollie by golly for 10. Huge support, man. Thank you so fucking much. He says, I saw a Texas death match in 1986, Jerry Lawler and Dutch Mantell versus Bill Dundee and Buddy Landell. I mean, come on, dude. An hour, 15 minutes, 26 falls, some chair and table stuff, not a lot. It puts this show to shame. 26 falls, bro. What are you talking about? It was a Royal Rumble, an hour and 15 minutes. Puts this to shame. Yeah, that must have been intense. And also, like, people didn't always see shit like that back then. Here, we've seen all this shit. We've seen this all a million fucking times. Like, not only did we just see them go through a table, but we just saw them go through a table a millisecond ago. So I think there's a way to structure this shit, and especially if you're going to go long. And of course, I mean, Lawler, Mantell, Dundee, Landell, that's the fucking legends, man. They paved the way. So thank you so much. Round of applause for the huge support. They could have formatted this a little bit better, for sure. And it's past 10. Like, in East Coast, that means it's after midnight right now, East Coast. They can't even get a cowboy shit chant going. They can't even get chants going. They're burnt. The crowd is burnt. Okay, let's go Hangman MJF. They're trying to get it going, but they can't get any chants going because it's just the handful of uber sickos that are like, that aren't tired, who love this. And then the majority of the people are like, fuck, this has been a long ass show. Now everyone's on their feet. They're starting to make noise. Here we go. Now they're trading blows. Let's go. Let's pick the crowd back up here. So half boos, half cheers for MJF. Cheers for Hangman. I don't know. A lot of the crowd's just standing, though. They're not really reacting. They're just standing there with their arms crossed and shit. Spit in the face. Pop up, power bomb. Okay. Trying to get an applause going. People are clapping. It's very light. There's a light smattering. A light smattering of claps. Ooh, so now they're going to wrestle. I know, like, why didn't they do the wrestling at the start, dude? It's always like, let's go backwards like the Battle Royal. Let's all start on the outside and go in. It's like, man, TNA tried that. That's the bullshit. Everybody goes, lol, TNA. And then you just do it. Like, Tone does all the worst things. Eric Bischoff was ATM Eric. Tone just pays everyone to sit at home. Vince Russo, Fire Russo happens when they're doing like the outside of the ring battle royal. They're chanting Fire Russo, right? Fucking Tone's like, yeah, let's just start the battle royal outside of the ring. It's just like, come on, man. $12-14 in the East. That's crazy, bro. Or 17 now, I guess I was scrolling. Jesus Christ, a light tube duel now. Oh, God. So MJF's going to run to the back, or what's going to happen? Now, chat, what do you think? Like, Wardlow comes back, shocks the world, and fucking he's back all of a sudden and helps MJF retain or some shit? Or does he just pay Stinkashay and his fucking crew to help him out again, or whatever dumb shit he was doing the other week? And like the commentary's burnt out, and they're just like, oh, Obi-Wan. Oh, it's Obi-Wan and shit. They just don't take it seriously, and they're all burnt. The light tubes on his back. Holy shit, it's crazy. It's hardcore. They're just showing every female they can find in the crowd. They've shown on camera tonight, which is all good. Yeah, like MJF is cut up badly. Do you guys see all that blood? Like, he got his back sliced from that fucking tube, man. My other issue with it is that every pay-per-view MJF has this fucking match where it's like tables and tacks, or he fucking does, which was a great concept, by the way. I like tables and tacks. That was actually a cool match type that Tone came up with, or I don't know who came up with that one, but It's just that MJF, like, you only really see him, and then he goes on the indies and defends against Zilla and shit, and it's like that should all be under the roof of AEW, like under that banner. Because I feel like every time you see MJF on pay-per-view, it's like he's the new Mox now. Okay, what is this now? Oh, the fucking skewers. Oh my god. Like, the problem is that if people, there's been 100 million deathmatch leagues that do this deathmatch shit better than some of these guys in AEW do it. Like Adam Page isn't the best deathmatch guy out there. He's like a good athlete who fucking can wrestle, for instance. If millions of people and if the challenger brands were going to buy into this shit, they would have done it in the past. Like, before AEW was ever a thing, these deathmatch leagues would have blown up. Even MLW tamed it up a little bit. I say this all the time about Ring of Honor and that, like, New Japan in America, whoa type style. If 1 million people were going to watch Ring of Honor, they would have fucking done it already over the last how many fucking years, decades, 2 decades or whatever. Like, they would have started doing it, you know? They would have started kicking TNA's ass and shit like that. I don't know if that's good for MJF's hair transplant or hair plugs or whatever he got done. That might fuck his hair plugs up. Gussets next. Yeah, what, are they going to bring out the gussets? Like, they might as well. You're going full sicko. Like, there's deathmatch wrestlers who do this shit better already. Like, what? You're not going to, millions of people aren't going to tune into this shit. I just need people to understand that. And then MJF, this is the 3rd time he's done the 9. Quickly get up. How about milk it, sell it, work your way up to your feet and shit. 3 times he fell back on, I'll just pop up at 9. There's a way to, like, Tyson Fury that shit where you fucking wake up like The Undertaker and you slowly at like 7 are like, what? And then you get up and fucking save it, right? Now I'm being hypercritical of this match, but it's just they're doing the most. They're just doing the most. MJF is trash. That's some high quality shit MJF got sewn into his scalp. Yeah, dude. Logan Paul's finisher. Not the gussets. Where's the circular saw? I don't think I could come up with a pay-per-view of the year. The face of disgust, the females are on display. Yeah, sassy girl. Tell them. You know what I'm saying? Like, ladies don't fuck with this shit, really. Some of them might, but I mean, you in LA. How do you explain the needle spot to your kid? Yeah, I think they're just hoping that all the Rizzlers fans aren't still watching. Like, what's the whole point of having the Rizzler and Big Boom AJ and shit on the show? You want to get kids to tell their parents, oh, mommy, buy this show. It's the pre-show, buy the pay-per-view, and then they watch this. It's actually retarded. It's like ass backwards, fucking 0 sense whatsoever. Again, what are you going to do?
Wrestling's not fake!
Tone's a fucking sicko, so. We have like 400 watching. Hit the like. I've been on the air for like 5.5 hours. We've been watching this whole thing. I just wonder if they have any more shocks or surprises for after this match. Not that I care. Like, they've already, used up everything. I think they have, but I'm like, maybe Wardlow out of nowhere. And then he like realigns with MJF or some shit. I don't know if people would pop for that. I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if they're going to make it so Hangman can never challenge for a title again. Oh, man.
two men with a diminished quality of life in both for the rest of their lives. Well, for Hangman, it'll be a diminished quality of wrestling career. Those of you losers, you won't have the World Championship ever again.
Yeah, this shit is just a chore to watch at this rate.
Two men will go through glass tables, barbed wire, syringes, skewers. They're put together by a dog going.
Yeah, it's just senseless.
Another dead eye on the horizon for MJF, but he kicks the feet. Likewise kicks his.
There we go. They're trading blows now. They're going to fall into more barbed wire. They're chained together. So instead, they just went, oh, let's make it a dog collar match instead of just like, you know, having a longer feud and maybe working a goddamn dog collar match down the line or something. I don't know, man. They lost the plot a little bit here. Okay, so I am the table because there's a piece of wood with barbed wire on it on top of the table. And the crowd's like really quiet, man. They just don't give a fuck right now anymore. It's too much. It's too much. It's a Sunday night too. It is the Lord's Day. It's the fucking Sabbath. And these motherfuckers, man. And the crowd's just quiet. Like, it's just not. Really think about the start of the show, how hot the crowd was. Why do this? Like, why do this to the fans? I mean, if you went, it was probably fun, you know, even though their merch looked like shit as well. We got pictures of that. We'll go over on Wednesday's show. Go over all the news and the fallout from all of this shit. So now they're back to the edge of the stage. Buddy, you guys were already teasing this. You guys are already over here. Ah! Like whoever put this match together, and I don't know if it was Hangman or MJF or both, you guys fucking suck, okay? Real talk. Like this is terrible. You fucked up! You fucked up! All backwards. It's all ass backwards. And Tony should have said no dog collar. That's another match. You're just blowing gimmicks. Speaking of blowing, they just showed the obviously rigged up table with the fake explosives on the bottom. And then other explosives are going off late, so they fucked it up. Oh my God, it looks so cheesy. Oh. Cameraman, move away. Yeah, it's obviously rigged up. It's just too much. You're doing way too much. No one's getting more over from this, right? So if anybody's like, oh, come on now, Phil. Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. Come on now, Eric. What do you mean a healthy AEW is good for the wrestling industry? Right?
Oh, come on now, Eric.
It's just nobody gets more over from this. So it's pointless now at this point, right? We're just doing shit to do it. Too much of everything is not enough of something. You know what I'm saying? Too much of everything means not enough of anything, you know? Woo, 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 woo. Oh my God, who the fuck is spamming in the chat? Sorry, chat, I'm just seeing that. Yeah, I don't know why, if you're a sicko, you think spamming WWE is better than AEW, or maybe you're just an uber wacko. This is what I'm saying, chat, right? We talk about this all the fucking time. What do you think that's going to do? Yeah, I just timed that shit out. Shout you out there, buddy. I forget your name in the chat. It's all good if you love the Fed, but like, yeah, it's just like you don't need to spam that shit with chat. There's another guy in here just glazing AEW. That's all good. We welcome everyone here. You know what I'm saying? See, at this point in the match, you shouldn't have to hype the crowd up like Hangman is doing. You shouldn't have to do that. So, like, not only did they just make Hangman look fucking stupid by getting distracted. What a god-awful finish. Yeah, I mean, the crowd couldn't care any less. And at this point in the match, you shouldn't have to hype the crowd up. Then they bury Hangman because Hangman gets distracted hyping the crowd up. When has he ever done that? So the finish is, oh, after all this shit we did to each other, I'm going to get distracted by being a fucking idiot and hyping the crowd up because they're dead, even though we did all this shit to each other. And then you're just going to glom me and fucking that's the finish. Like, They do this every fucking time, man. Every fucking time. Every time, man. And then Hangman never challenges for the title again. Who really cares? I mean, they can just go back on that, or I don't actually even hate that stip. Like Hangman they could position him as like, I'm the people's champ type thing, you know? That's totally fine. Like, I'm not against doing like something unique or new, but not to say like people haven't done it in the past, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like, it's not something you see all the time. So I'm okay with that, but it's just like how we got here. Again, it's always with AEW how you get to these points. So again, when Dave and Brian are always like, "Oh, stupid baby faces," they make baby faces look
For,
dumb.
the young superstar, baby face, that former heel thing. So, oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
They're not going to say that about this at all. Yeah, it's just like you made Hangman look so fucking stupid with that finish. That's like legitimately one of the worst finishes ever for one of these fucking matches. And there you go. That was the pay-per-view, folks. Overall, I grade that just because, I mean, it started really strong, man. The pay-per-view started so strong, and then it just fell off a fucking cliff with force. You guys can let me know in the chat what you grade this match. This night. I'm going to say, like, the second half just bogged it down, and I'm going to say, like, a fucking C-. A C. I'll give it like a C. I'll be fair because I did really enjoy the first like hour and a half of the fucking pay-per-view, but it's that was cooked, man. That was pretty fucking bad. Like, let's be honest here. What do you grade AEW Revolution 2026? And then they tried to go with the swerve ending of like Hangman can never fucking challenge for the title again. Okay, that's cool, but did you have to do all that to get there and then do like half a dog collar match for half the time? And oh man, it's just too much. What do you grade it? You guys vote on what you grade this show. I give it a C, a C-, C, just because the last like 2 hours of that fucking show were like, what the fuck? Or 2.5. I don't even know. We've been on the air for 5 hours and 37 minutes. Okay. A Q- for Cuervo. It was so bad. It does F+, D-, F as in fuck shows 0 stars. Why the hell is Hangman versus MJF an hour? L gets graded an L. Worst pay-per-view. B-. There's some people here. Oh my God. I'm spent, guys. I'm spent. Thank you. Shout out like the 400 people who tuned in across X and YouTube. I love you guys. Guys, become a member. It's only 99 cents. Thanks for all the support and everything. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Member Monday. And Wednesday show is going to be jam-packed. Stay on the lookout for PWT Pod 103. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. It's been almost 6 fucking hours. I got to get out of here. And then they're going to have this media scrum. I'm sure we'll get tons of good cringe clips of Tony Khan from the scrum. Phil, did you see Britt Baker's post about the show? I did. 5-star pay-per-view. Go watch Disney wrestling if you can't hang with the sickos. Yeah, see how retarded these guys are? Or unless you're just joking. That's funny, but it's just like, this is what I'm talking about. Good night, everyone. -5 stars. Buy NordVPN. Yeah, do it. Doing Karen just throwing her toy around. I want to check in with chat. I want to hang out, but what more can I say? We hung out for how many hours? Until next time, I bid you all adieu. Be good to each other. Thank you all for being the best fucking audience in the IWC. I appreciate you all. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm spent. I'll leave you with some Triple Cup tone. Be good to each other, okay? Be kind. Drink lots of water. It's getting nice out too, so make sure you're taking care of yourself and all that good shit. And start enjoying the outdoors a little bit if it starts to warm up around you. And get outside, touch some grass. Fucking sickos. I said grass, not glass, you goddamn sickos. I love you all. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight.